Sandra, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for connecting. So we can see you and hear you clearly, but if you want to try the blurring options.
Sure. So I actually don't see them showing here on WebEx. It's just odd because I've seen other people using them. Oh, is someone going to show me? Amazing.
Yes.
Thank you so much. You're
Right.
using.
So yeah,
Appreciate it.
next to, and then blur is one of those gray tiles that's already there.
Perfect. There we go. Thank you very much. Appreciate the help.
All right. Thanks for testing.
Yeah.
Morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Can you hear me all right? Thumbs up. Very good. Thank you back. My name is Bjorn Gjelsetter. I'm head of the Joint Data Center on Force Displacement. It's our second research conference on force displacement and socioeconomic focus. This is our third day. We have a program of 7 academic sessions. We have 2 left. Today we're going to talk about migrant policies and outcomes, and we're going to talk about attitudes. We're also going to have a keynote speech by Ana Maria Ibanez. And then we would have a closing session where we would also do a little bit of looking forward. Just a very, very top line recap. We've had in the first day, we had opening and welcoming remarks by 3 different policymakers / decision makers. We then had a session on cash transfer programs, followed by a session on IDPs. And then we had a policy session with colleagues both from the World Bank, from UNHCR, and from other institutions, which was focused on how do we take research to policy. The second day, we had a second session on the impact of forced displacement. We had a session on innovation in data collection, and the third session on returnees. And then we finished the day with a keynote speech by Ted Miguel, who also offered to have side conversations both before and after with anyone interested, and there was good interest. While I think it's a pretty big ask to come in on a Saturday to sit through a conference, we know that we had close to 800 people who have registered for this conference, and I think it's safe to assume that many of them will not be watching live, but will be watching the recorded version on YouTube. So although we may not have the greatest turnout this morning or this afternoon just now, rest assured that these sessions are being watched by a big crowd and the right crowd. I think I have 3 things that I want to remind you all of. First, we have a survey that we've asked you to fill out. We have a decent answer frequency so far, but I think there are a few more of you could fill it out. Second, we have posed a question, almost as a separate survey, on what examples that you have seen where research on force displacement has translated into real improvements for forcibly displaced and their hosts. And third, I want to remind you all that there is that Ana Maria has offered to have side conversations before her keynote today. So please take advantage, those of you who'd like, please take advantage of that. So those are my few words that I want to say before we kick it off today. I'm going to hand the floor over to Jeff Tanner. Jeff is a senior economist at the Joint Data Center. He's been with the center since the start, and he will be the one chairing the first session today on migrant policies and outcomes. Over to you, Jeff.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bjorn. Welcome, everyone, to the third and final day of the Joint Data Center's second research conference on forced displacement. I want to first thank you, our audience, and our presenters for joining us on a Saturday, as Bjorn said. You know, one of the advantages that we have of doing the conference virtually is that although we, the presenters, have to dress up, at least from the waist up on a Saturday, you at home get to watch in your pajamas. By way of housekeeping, you who are watching can join either on the WebEx platform or on the YouTube live stream. We encourage you to please put your questions in the chat on WebEx. You can also do that on YouTube, although you have to be signed in on YouTube to make that work. But please do put your questions in as they come up. Don't feel that you have to wait for the questions. And then we will get to as many as we can for each of the presenters over the course of the next hour and a half. The first session this morning will focus on migrant policies and outcomes, where we're going to look at 2 contexts in 3 papers with 4 presenters. In our first paper, Life Out of the Shadows, Impacts of Amnesties in Migrants' Life, Sandra Rosso will discuss Venezuelans in Colombia. Sandra is a research economist in the Development Economics Research Group at the World Bank. She joined the bank about a year ago and has focused on forcibly displaced populations and migrants. She's also part of the core team preparing the World Development Report 2023, which is about migration and refugees. Sandra, please.
Thank you, Jeff, for the nice introduction, and for everyone that is here today. Let me share the screen with you. Okay, can you see the screen now? Yes? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Super. All right. Fantastic. So again, thank you very much for the interest in our work. I am delighted to be here. This is one of my favorite conferences, very close to my work and the work of my co-author. So delighted and very thankful for the organizers for putting this together. So the paper that I will present today is joint work with Ana Maria Ibañez, who's going to give the key lecture today, with Andres Moya, who was part of the organizing committee, and Maria Adelaida Ortega and Maria Jose Urbina. And in a nutshell, what I'm going to show you is an evaluation of the impacts of a very large regularization program of Venezuelan refugees in Colombia. So here's how I structure the presentation for today. So let me begin with the motivation. So this map is trying to illustrate the idea that we have been discussing often in the conference, that it is actually the global south that hosts the majority of forced displacement population. So this map is illustrating the share of forced displaced population that is hosted within each country in the world. And the most, let's say, vibrant colors are showing you those countries that host the majority of this population. This includes IDPs and refugees. And so what is interesting is that the countries that host the most number of forced displacement populations are Colombia, Syria, because Syria, of course, has also internal displaced population, Congo, Ethiopia, Yemen, Turkey, Sudan, Afghanistan, Jordan, Somalia, right? And so these are countries that have different levels of development, but that all have also, let's say, issues of poverty and that have their own concerns. And now they are receiving these very vulnerable populations. And so a very important question for us as researchers is, how can we help support these countries continue with their development process while helping these populations? And so most of the evidence that we know or that has been coming up, let's say in the last 5 years, has been very centered on studying the impacts that forced displacement population has over natives, over the hosting populations per se, prices, voting outcomes, education outcomes, health. But there is less evidence on what type of things support refugees. So there's a couple of papers that were presented here, very interesting papers that evaluated the impacts of cash transfers by Honor and co-author and Bert Gosler in Lebanon and Turkey. But other than that, let's say the true causal evidence is actually very scarce. And so moreover, there is actually less evidence on what type of programs could help refugees be more self-reliant. In other words, be more independent of aid and start to create their own lives and become, let's say, contributors of development where they are and be more responsible of their lives. And so this paper is trying to measure how actually allowing refugees to have a work permit, a job permit, is going to change those dimensions for them. So we're going to focus on studying the impact of a very large regularization program. As I mentioned, the name is PEP, Permiso Especial de Permanencia. And we're going to try to do a more comprehensive examination of how this program impacts refugees' lives. So we're going to center on the refugees themselves. And we're going to try to kind of move a little bit behind the impacts on hosting communities, which is, of course, very important, but we think has already received a lot of attention from the academic and research literature. So we're going to study the impacts of this program on labor market outcomes, on income and consumption, and general welfare and health. We're going to try to do this not only considering physical health, but also mental health, access to state services, and feelings of integration to the society where they're hosted, which is in Colombia. So how do we contribute to the literature beyond what I have mentioned? So there has been some work studying the impacts of regularization programs, but we call it partial programs. In what sense? In the sense that the majority of regularization programs that exist in the world are actually conditional on the refugees' characteristics. For example, it's only available for those who have a passport, or for those who have certain levels of education or work in certain sectors. And because of that, it is really hard to offer a comprehensive, let's say, evidence of the impacts of these programs. Also, the evidence has been focused on developed countries like the United States, Spain, Canada, but very little is known about the Global South, which, as I mentioned earlier, is the area that hosts the majority of these inflows of migrants. And there has been this focus on native communities. One of the, let's say, motivations of this paper was a paper that I did earlier, which I actually presented on the first conference of the JDC a couple of years ago. This is joint work with Tani Bahara and Ana Maria Ibanez. And what we find there is we study the impacts of this regularization program on the natives, on the work, on the labor outcomes of the natives. And interestingly, we found negligible effects, small to negligible effects, nothing changed. So there was a regularization of approximately 500,000 people, 500,000 Venezuelan refugees, and there was no impact on the Colombian workers. And so that sparked our interest in actually moving forward this refugee agenda and trying to see what is going on. Is it that there's no take-up? Is it that they are not really using this permit for the purposes that were intended to happen? What is going on? And so that's part of, let's say, a paper that sparked this question that we're studying today. And what is interesting about this paper is that it's going to be a large and sudden regularization with no eligibility criteria other than being able to show that you were born in Venezuela. And it's going to be taking place within a country that has a very large informality level. And so this is very common in the Global South. And this is going to map very differently in the effects that a regularization program can have, because refugees could be working already, but they could be working on the informal sector, right? And so we could very much think that they might not be interested in actually moving out of the shadows, because they would have to pay taxes, and maybe they think that's not worth it, right? So that kind of changes the analysis from what we would be considering in a more developed country where informality is very small. And we're going to try to do this in a comprehensive, we're going to try to study the effects of the program in a comprehensive set of outcomes. So let me talk a little bit about the program. So the program, as I said, is called the PEP program. And so it is actually taking place in Colombia. So of course, I think this is not necessary for the majority of audience that is here today, but this is just a snapshot of what was happening in 2020 concerning forced displacement from Venezuela to the rest of Latin America. So Venezuela has been experiencing a dramatic humanitarian crisis, and Colombia, as is illustrated on your left, is the primary host of refugees coming from Venezuela. By December 2020, there were approximately 2 million people hosted in Colombia. And of course, this is only the people that we actually are able to observe and that actually register with UNHCR, but there could be a lot more people that we're not observing. No, that's so that this is going to be a lower bound estimate of the number of people that are actually living in Colombia. Okay. So let me talk about the program now. So because the arrival of Venezuelan population was so high, actually it spiked after 2016. The government in 2018, the government in office decided that they wanted to do a census and try to measure how many irregular migrants, which I would refer to irregular migrants are those that do not have the proper migratory document, the migration documents to be in the country, right? So they cross somehow without a passport, and so that's what we call irregular migrants. And the government, of course, observes the regular migrants, but they didn't know anything about the irregular migrants. And it is important to know how many there were in the country for purposes of receiving humanitarian aid and to direct resources in the country to support those populations. So they did the Registro Administrativo de Migrantes on your left here in the slide, and so it's called RAM for like the abbreviation in Spanish. And basically what it was basically a voluntary registry in which people were called in the media, in local stores, through local organizations to come voluntarily unregistered. And this was open between April 6th and June 8th of 2018. And this was not advertised in any way to offer any type of program. It was just advertised as this is just going to collect data. We want to know how many Venezuelans are in Colombia. And it was collected in roughly 440 municipalities. Colombia has approximately 1,200. So these were the municipalities where there were most concentration of refugees, of Venezuelan refugees, or those near the border. Or also there's a group of municipalities here in which the mayors actually wanted to have an approximation of the number of refugees there. So they were also part of this census. And so it approximately registered 500,000 people, individuals. And so it was closed in June 8th of 2018. So the important thing that I want you to remember is that this census was not intended to do anything else than collecting data. The government was just letting people know that they were trying to know how many regular migrants were in Colombia. And then later, the president who was in office decided that he was going to use this census to regularize all the people who were there. So basically, everyone who was there, approximately a month to a month and a half later that this census closed, they were offered the opportunity to apply to this PEP, right? So the PEP was a Permiso Especial de Permanencia, and they could register between August and December. And it turned out that of those approximately 500,000 people, approximately 60% of that population actually applied to get this regularization program. And it was a very generous program. It offered them the possibility to have a legal migratory status, so actually kind of move freely in the country with that paper, and they could work wherever they wanted. And they could access the safety nets in Colombia because they were able to apply to the CISBEN, which is the proximity test in Colombia to target social safety nets. And they would also be able to go to a bank and open an account, for example, with this document. So what do we do? So with this study, we began what we have now called the VenRep survey, the Venezuelan Refugee Panel Survey. And the idea of this survey is that we would like to use this survey to evaluate the impacts that this program has had on refugees. And so what I'm going to present to you today is the results from the first wave of collection for this survey. But this is an ongoing study, and we're actually on the field collecting the second round right now. So the idea of what we wanted to do was basically have some control and some treatment group. Of course, bear with me, we know they are different, but just so that you understand where we were trying to construct our sampling frame. So the control group would have to be regular migrants, right? Those who do not have any permit in Colombia, and the treatment group would have to be those that have a permit. So to find the treatment group, that was the easy part. We know there was a census, and the government had the census, and so they were very generous, and they shared with us data. So we actually had the universe of people who were in that group, and we had their phone numbers, and so we basically just draw a random sample from the representative sample from that census, and we got the treatment group. The challenge was the control group, because you can imagine trying to find an irregular migrant in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic, calling them on the phone and beginning by saying, "Hey, are you an irregular migrant?" And they would just hang up. So it was, in all honesty, one of the most challenging things that I have ever done. At some point, I think we tried so many things and we learned so much doing this. But what we ended up doing, the thing that was the most successful, was to move through referrals. So a sort of snowballing sample in which we would have referrals from the individuals that we contacted first from the PEP from treatment group, the ones that have the PEP, and we ask them, do you know someone that is an irregular migrant that has these characteristics? And more importantly, we actually reach out to all of the local organizations in Colombia. And through them, a lot of them shared with us their databases, and they actually told their beneficiaries and their contacts about our study. And so through them, we are also able to kind of get a more comprehensive sample of irregular migrants. So at the end, our sample is going to have Venezuelan migrants who are 18 plus. In other words, in Colombia, they're adults. This is different in every country, but even in Colombia, it's 18. And importantly, they should have arrived in Colombia between January of 2017 and December of 2018. And this is important for our identification strategy. So we also did a qualitative survey, which I now recommend to everyone that is trying to do any field work, because it changed our view so much. Our instrument, the things that we wanted to ask, the design of our identification strategy, in a sense that what we wanted to do with these surveys was try to understand what were the motivations behind applying or not applying to this type of amnesty, who left, and why do you think there are certain people that decided this was not a good idea to actually apply to such a generous amnesty, you know? And for those who applied, what were the benefits that they got? So we asked all of these in focus, I don't know, in interviews, because there was a COVID pandemic. So we had to do it in interviews. And we learned a lot of things, but I'm just kind of here enumerating some of them. One was that there is high mistrust and fear among refugees because they don't want to be deported, so they fear being detected. Another one is that those individuals that have networks actually have a lower propensity to apply to the program, which was surprising to us. And the reason behind it is that probably they already have the context that they need, that they feel they need to actually succeed in the country. So actually the people who applied the most to this program were the ones who were, let's say, the less connected, which was very interesting. And one very interesting conclusion, but we kind of knew this before, but kind of confirmed, we were able to confirm, is that PEP and not PEP holders have very different characteristics. So of course, a simple comparison of them was not going to be very, very effective in identifying the effects of this program. So here is Colombia. Venezuela is here on your upper right side, and so our survey was representative of the 3 big cities in which the country had the most concentration: Bogotá, Barranquilla, and Medellin. And then there was a representativeness for the rest, the smaller cities in the country that also had a high presence of Venezuelan refugees, like Cúcuta, Villa Rosario, etc. Our sample was approximately 3,000 something households, but the clean sample, the one that we were able to use because it had all the answers that we needed, and it actually allowed us to identify cleanly the program, was 2,200 families. Of those, approximately 1,100 were eligible, and 1,122 were ineligible for the program. We actually learned that using Venezuelan numerators was actually good at improving trust from the respondents. And so we actually hired Venezuelan enumerators, Venezuelans who were actually refugees from the crisis. We trained them and we told them about the study. And so they were very compromised with the study because they felt that it was helping their population, and the response rates actually increased a lot by using this group of enumerators. And we also, well, as is normal, we modified the instrument to use day-to-day common words. So it's Colombians and Venezuelans, we all speak the same language, but it turns out that where certain words are understood in a different way. For example, in Colombia, when you say usted, which is, let's say, the equivalent in French to saying vous, you're trying to signal respect. So all the surveys are actually kind of written in that way. But it turns out in Venezuela, that's actually signaling that you don't trust people. And so when we actually did the survey, all the Venezuelans were like, no, you need to ask us like more, let's say, like if they were friends, like you would ask them like two. And that actually kind of have to change everything when we're about to go in the field. So that was an interesting and funny story. Okay, so how do we actually identify the impacts of this program? So here I want you to focus on the figure on the upper left. And so basically what you have on the bottom is the arrival dates of all the people in our sample. And what you see in the bars is going to be how many people of the families that we have in our sample arrived each week, okay? So what other thing do you see is you're gonna see the date in which the ramp closed. The ramp, remember, is this registry, and to be eligible for this program, you needed to be in that census, okay? If not, you're not eligible. So that's perfect. We had an exogenous reason for people to be eligible for the program, which is unrelated to economic reasons. So what is it? Well, you had to arrive before the census closed, right? That's the only way you could have been registered in that census. And so now the blue line is going to show you the probability of applying, or if you want, the number of families that applied to the, on average, to the program, to the PEP program. And so you can see for the families who arrived before the census closed, the probability is roughly higher than 0.5%, but for those who arrived after the census closed, it's almost zero. Of course, it should have been zero. So we were a little surprised, but there was some irregularities there. We don't know what they respond to, but in principle, they should have been zero. But what is important for identification purposes is there is this exogenous reason, which is the closing of the RAM, which determined that some people had a higher probability of applying to this program and some people did not. So basically what we're going to do is implement what we call a fuzzy RD, which is basically comparing those that had a higher probability and a lower probability, but are very close to that date of arrival. And so because they are very close, we could assume they are very similar. And we're going to show you that they are actually very similar in other characteristics, okay? And then the other two graphs are just illustrating that there is a statistical difference in the probability of applying to the program around the date in which the census closed. Okay, so here for those who have a more, let's say, academic background, we're just actually showing you that there is a continuity in all of the other variables that we observe. So in other words, the validity of these strategies is going to be determined by the fact that the only thing that is changing randomly is this date. Some people actually were able to apply and not apply because the census closed. But in all of the other things that you observe, these households are similar, okay? And so this is what we're trying to show here. Basically, what we do here is we use all the variables that we observe for people that were in all the variables. Well, we don't observe them, but we ask people about these variables when they were in Colombia before the PEP and when they were in Venezuela before coming to Colombia. And basically they correspond to labor outcomes, family outcomes, ownership of dwellings, number of children, experience, labor experience, etc. So there is quite a bit of them, and you can see them on the paper. What is interesting is that for the vast majority of them, we find no significant differences between groups. In other words, this is a very good experiment. So what we're going to do basically is compare these two groups of people. And another methodology that we're going to use just to illustrate to illustrate and use the whole sample is just to, let's say, a regression, which is going to control for observables, basically an OLS regression, which is a mean comparison of the people who were eligible and ineligible. And in that sense, and we're going to try to control for some of these variables that we observed that I mentioned earlier, and we're going to compare both methodologies. Why are we doing multiple methodologies? We actually have another methodology in the paper. I'm just going to illustrate these two here. But we do this so that you can have an idea of how the coefficients change. What is good about just using this OLS or mean comparison with controls is that we can use the whole sample. So our standard errors are going to become smaller, or we have more precision. And in the RD, the one that I explained earlier, we're going to have larger standard errors because we have smaller sample around the discontinuity. Okay, so we actually structure our paper using a pre-analysis plan because this is a very polemic topic and we wanted to be very scientifically rigorous in the things that we were doing. So we structured it in three groups of outcomes. The first one were mechanical outcomes, in which is like, what should change with this program? For the most mechanical things that we could think of were, well, of course, the objective of the program is to formalize people, to have people jump from the informal sector to the formal sector. So we're going to try to see if that actually happened. Access to safety nets, access to financial services, and then primary outcomes. Once you have access to the formal sector, what should be changing in your life? Well, welfare, consumption, income, employment, mental and overall health. And then we also check a vast number of secondary outcomes like reservation wages, your job satisfaction, food security, resilience to COVID, integration to Colombian society. For the sake of this presentation, I'm not going to have a lot of time to kind of talk about them. I am going to be focusing more on the mechanical and primary outcomes. But this is all in the paper. It is about to come out to be publicly available. And of course, the pre-analysis plan was registered and we have the IRB approval for this project. So in a nutshell, what do we find? So we find that the PEP had very high impacts on labor formalization. So originally, when we began presenting the results of this program, we actually said, we find around an effect of 10% of changes in labor formalization. And we said this was very small. And then people who work in formalization, they were just, what? This is great, this is huge. And they started showing us the evidence of other programs that tried to target labor formalization. It turned out this was one of the biggest effects that we observed. So actually, this is a great and very positive outcome. They also improve access to state and financial services. And they have dramatic impacts on consumption to the order of 60%, and the same as income per capita. There are also improvements, dramatic improvements in the wealth index. And the health outcome index is not significant for the RDD, but it is positive. And then for the secondary outcomes, we find some significant results for our mean comparison, but not for the RD. So the results for the secondary outcomes are not robust for all methodologies. Okay, so Jeff, before I continue, I wanted to check with you how am I doing with time, and so I know if I want to dwell into tables or just jump to the most interesting stuff.
I think you have about 4 or 5 minutes left.
Okay, fantastic, super, thank you. So for the first column here, what we're showing you is the panel A is the RD, and the panel B is going to be the OLS regression or the mean comparison, if you will. So what is interesting is, for example, for column 1, you can see the coefficients are very similar, and we actually observe a 10% increase roughly across both methodologies. Cisben axis, which is column 2, is going to represent how many people actually registered in this proximity test. This is a score that the government uses to actually measure poverty in each household. And you need to have this score if you want to apply to any of the social safety nets in Colombia. So actually having the access is the first step in getting access to those programs. So there is a dramatic impact on Cisben registration. Approximately 50% of people who did not have it, of course, actually have it after they have the PEP. And there is also a dramatic impact on access to financial products. So the primary impacts are the most striking that I have ever seen, which is in any program that I have ever evaluated, which is we observe changes in consumption per capita that are very close to 60%. And we also observe changes in income that are very important. And the last column that you see in the table is showing you that we also actually registered important changes on welfare index. The impacts, for example, on anxiety and depression are negative and they move in the expected direction, but they are only significant for the OLS regression. I'm going to skip this for the sake of time. And so this last thing that I wanted to show you before I conclude is directed at actually putting a face to what we're doing. So when we're doing this research, we sometimes getting into the numbers on the surveys, we kind of forget that the faces behind of our work. And these are 2 testimonies that are very important of how these programs could change the life of migrants. So the first one is one that is an irregular man that was working in Medellin. And so he says, we would wake up at 5 a.m. and we were in the mountains. And at 7 p.m. when it was already dark, we were just finishing covered in mud, wet, because even if it rained, we did not stop. That was the hardest part of this story. Being without a document is very hard. You always lose. And so basically he's trying to say, it is really hard to be an irregular migrant because people have views that basically when you work for them, they just don't have any control on the type of things that they can make you do. So that was a very interesting thing that we learned in the interviews. Another one is a Venezuelan refugee who's trying to open a firm. He speaks English. And so he says, we have tried to get a language academy started, but many doors have closed to us because we're Venezuelan. Many people have told us they are not willing to hire Venezuelans. And so this is the type of people who are going to be affected by this amnesty. So even if you don't jump to the formal sector, just having that document maybe will allow you to actually require your employer to offer you better conditions, or it's going to allow you the opportunity to open a firm in Colombia. And this last one was very interesting. She says she has a PEP now, and so she's saying there is a change because when the police stops me and they ask me, you are Venezuelan, do you have a PEP? When I show them the PEP, their attitude changes. I mean, their face changes in the sense that they say, you're legal, you can go. And then she goes to actually, because when you hear the interview, she actually goes to describe how her mental health has changed so dramatically because of that she now feels less stressed to be kind of walking in Colombia. And so that's another way in which sometimes the impacts of these amnesties are not just on the economic side per se on labor outcomes, but also impact the feelings of belonging and of mental health of these populations. So the conclusions. So the PEP actually grants more access to safety nets and financial services. We observe large effects on labor formalization of approximately 10 percentage points. And just so you have a reference, another program that studied the impact of cutting payroll taxes and see how that actually changed formalization rates only registers a change in labor formalizations of approximately 7%. So this is an important effect. But more dramatically, or the most important thing of this paper is that we observed dramatic impacts in welfare, consumption, income. It's actually 60% changes in consumption per capita, and just so you have an idea to kind of how big this is, there is other research projects that have evaluated the impacts of cash transfers in Colombia, Mexico, and Indonesia, and they found impacts between 0 and 15%. So actually allowing people to have self-reliance and be able to generate their income is more impactful than just giving them money. And I think this is the most important lesson from this paper, that we're moving in the right direction in Colombia, and this is, of course, I think where every country should be trying to put their efforts on. So coupled this paper with what we found earlier, that there are no impacts on the labor market outcomes for natives, this actually makes a very strong case on the virtues of formalization. And so last and to kind of finish, our survey continues. We're on the field. We're collecting the second wave, and so more to come on the medium impacts of this program. So I just wanted to thank you all for the attention, and also thank IPA Colombia for collecting the data, and the funding was provided by the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, and the University of Southern California.
Great, Sandra, thanks so much. Absolutely fascinating. I mean, the 10 percentage point improvement in formalization itself would be remarkable. But I, like you, I don't know of any other program that has had that large of a welfare jump in consumption. That's absolutely remarkable. Certainly newsworthy. So I want to encourage people to please put questions in the chat. While that's happening, I wonder what. So I have two questions for you. One is technical and one is more narrative, if you like. And so maybe I'll start with the hard one. Hard technical. So first of all, it seems that there is actually a two-step process for registering for the PEP, right? So first, Venezuelans need to answer the census honestly. They need to say, yes, I am in fact, a Venezuelan. And we see from the irregular workers that you just showed that there is, an incentive among some to not answer that census question honestly. And this is not surprising, right? We see this in many contexts all over, where Venezuelans sort of, traumatized, or any refugee traumatized by that displacement experience is less trusting of institutions. So that's the first step. And then the second step is, of course, that they need to register for the PEP, once they are in the census. So I can imagine all kinds of reasons, motivation, trust, etc., that are unobservable in the data, but that would make those people more likely to go through those two steps and to eventually be part of the PEP. Whereas the discontinuity, I'm not sure, tells us anything about either of those two steps in the registration. It just tells us, the discontinuity is just kind of when they arrived. And so those who are in the control group, we would not observe having gone through that self-selection process, the two-step selection process. So I wonder, could you tell us about how you're able to account for that selection process in the fuzzy RDD identification strategy? So that's the one question. The second question that I'm actually far more interested in is this. Colombia is really one of the first countries to be able to do something like the PEP. Can you tell us a little bit about the political economy that led to the president's decision to open this up? Was that affected by research at all, or by numbers, or by persuasion? I mean, it doesn't seem like it would necessarily be good politics. So I wonder what led to that, in the context of this conference, which is meant to be kind of bridging the gap between research and application. What lessons can we learn from that as we go forward? Thanks.
Yeah, no, excellent question. So on the selection issue, so let me, I think I'm going to let the technical question. Secondly, I'm going to first answer the one on the political, let's say, background that was taking place at the time where the PEP was approved. So it turned out that the first thing I want to say is that in the global south, and this is something that research has found, it is not true that you have this dichotomy between the left and the right, in which the right is very anti-immigration and the left is very pro-migration. That's not as clear in the global south in most of the countries that I have studied. And in fact, in Colombia, it's actually the right government who is actually been supporting the most these Venezuelan refugees. So that's the first important lesson to kind of distinguish. Not all the world works the same. And so actually in the South, other things are happening and that are very context specific. And so this was the right government. Remember also that Colombian and Venezuelans were part of the same country. We speak the same language. We have the same broadly, let's say, cultural traits. And the government was actually finishing, let's say, their term when this was decided. The president received the Nobel Peace when this was closing. So I don't know if that actually made him to, more affected his decision at all. But this was a surprising decision, even for the people who were in the government themselves. So the census was going to happen, and then the census closed, and that was that. And then suddenly, one day, he wakes up and says, okay, we're going to just regularize everyone. And then he left. And this was left for the next government to actually decide whether they were going to continue with this thing. And the surprising thing is that they actually decided to do it and to continue kind of implementing this program. Not only that, but now the government has decided to offer this amnesty to every Venezuelan that is in Colombia. So beginning this year in January, they open an even larger amnesty in which everyone who arrives before January of 2022 will have the opportunity to be 10 years in a regular status in the country, have access to safety nets. So this country is actually moving towards more and more, let's say, liberal policies towards refugees and integrating them. I like to think that what we have done has helped, but of course, we have tried to have a contact with the government and inform them of these studies that we're doing, and hopefully we very much hope that this study that we're doing actually continues to move the government in that direction, because the government is going to change. And so again, let's say the luck of refugees is going to be kind of in question. Like, is this government that comes next going to continue these programs or stop them? So we hope that our evidence is building and kind of supporting that this is actually moving in the right direction, and also like it influences other countries in that same way. And on the selection issue, which is your other question, absolutely. So this is a great question that you have, and there is all sorts of selections of why a refugee that is very distrustful will not be in the census. No, so the most important thing to have into account is that the results that we have in our RD results are going to be conditional, or we're going to be, let's say, a very good measurement of the impacts of the program for those refugees who decided to come and register in the census and that were in the country 2 years after we decided to do the survey. No? Because there is a lot of evidence as to people that actually registered, for example, and left Colombia, and we don't find them. How can we find them? Because a lot of the survey, as I told you, 60% of the people who were in the census actually applied for the program, right? So what happened with the other 40%? We could not find a lot of them. We were only able to find approximately 100 people who were in the census but did not apply. So what happened? A lot of the qualitative evidence suggests that they left. So yes, our identification strategy is going to account for a lot of, let's say, unobservables on the decision to actually register and apply, but there's still certain level of selection that we cannot account for, which, for example, corresponds to the people who are actually in the census. And that's just, we did the best we could in a very difficult environment.
Yeah, of course. That's great. Thanks. We're almost out of time, but I do see a question from the chat. And maybe this question is more related to your first paper, where you're looking at effects on hosts. But did you see any evidence of, so the first paper was on crowding out in the labor market. Did you also see crowding out in service delivery? Were there any effect on hosts in terms of access to healthcare, education, due to stiffer demand for those services?
Right. So we haven't. So we have done the one on labor outcomes. We haven't really studied healthcare or education, the impacts of this program on those. But in principle, Venezuelan refugees should have access to education and health, even without a PEP. The thing, though, is a lot of them were scared to do it because they didn't want it to be deported. So this could have changed that. And we know for a fact that a lot of people who have PEP actually access these services more with a higher propensity. So this is something that I cannot answer right now. But one thing I can answer that is not in that question is that we do have a paper right now that is about to come out in which we evaluated the impacts on political outcomes, which is what you were telling me earlier, Jeff, on is this really bad for the people who approve it, and we find no impacts whatsoever. So this is not surprising. Like, okay, I can understand, and this is a fact. We have also shown that in other research that when the Venezuelans arrived, this created a political backlash. But once they are there, they already were there in Colombia, and there are policies that support them. It is really hard for me to believe that people are so informed that they would know what the PEP is, what the RAM is, how many people are legalized. And so it had a negligible impact. It's a very precise zero estimated impact on pro-social behaviors towards refugees, towards the government, towards belonging to Colombia, and voting outcomes and voting participation. So it's another interesting topic.
Fascinating. Thanks so much, Andrea. We really appreciate you joining us this morning. For our second paper, Emma Smith and Sarah Stillman will present housing subsidies as a poverty reduction strategy using evidence from Jordan's Syria refugees during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ted gave a great teaser to this yesterday, and we're very excited to see this. Emma Smith is a current PhD student at the Harvard Kennedy School with a focus on development and political economy. She has a regional focus in the Middle East and East Africa. While Sarah Stillman is joining us from Kenya. She's a research coordinator at the Center for Effective Global Action, which is affiliated with UC Berkeley. So I think over to you first, Emma.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Can you hear me all right?
We sure can, thanks.
Great, thank you. It's really wonderful to be here today. I'm quite happy to have the opportunity to present this project along with my colleague, Sarah Stillman. We actually really had the pleasure of presenting the design of this project 2 years ago at the first annual Forced Displacement Conference. And it's just really a great opportunity to be back today to talk about some of the early results that we're finding. So today we'll be talking about the impact of housing assistance on Syrian refugee resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic, preliminary evidence. As I said, this is a joint presentation of myself, Emma Smith, and my colleague, Sarah Stillman. And this is joint work with a large and wonderful team, many members of whom have actually already presented at this conference, Sam Leone, Ted Miguel, and Sandra Rozo. Thank you.
So as many of you know, by day 3 of this conference, there are approximately 26 million refugees worldwide. And of these, about 85% are currently residing in low and middle income countries. But one of the motivating facts for this study is maybe a lesser known fact that about 18 million of them, or 2/3, reside not in camps as we maybe picture them, but in host communities. And despite the fact that such a large proportion live in host communities, there's limited research to date on how best to support these refugees renting housing in the private market. And the need for evidence becomes even more acute during the COVID-19 pandemic, where people are confined to their homes and experiencing financial distress. So this project is a randomized impact evaluation of a humanitarian organization's housing assistance program for Syrian refugees in Jordan. And the housing intervention is similar to many well-known programs in the US that you might be familiar with, like the Moving to Opportunity and Family Options studies. But this RCT is the first, to our knowledge, focused on LMIC refugees. So our study takes place in the context of the Syrian civil war. So beginning in 2011, there was large-scale displacement of Syrian refugees, with approximately 6 million currently living abroad, predominantly in Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan. And Jordan, which is the country of focus for this study, currently has about 700,000 registered Syrian refugees, which make up about 6.5% of the country's population. And similar to the global breakdown, the vast majority reside in host communities, with only about 15% living in camps. For reference, this is what the exterior of an average Syrian refugee dwelling may look like. And this is a picture of an interior of a kitchen. And so today we're going to talk about the effects of a sizable rental subsidy on refugee life outcomes. So including things like economic well-being, health, and education. In parallel, we're also working on collecting a panel data set among a representative sample of Syrian refugees in Jordan, which is what Ted talked about yesterday in his keynote. In the next few months, we're also going to be looking at the effects of rental subsidies on host community outcomes like social integration. And so this study, for this study, we partnered with Norwegian Refugee Council to randomize their oversubscribed urban shelter program. And basically the program provides about $2,200 US towards rent-free housing and repairs. And so this on average covers about 9 to 18 months of rent for these Syrian refugee households. And there are also physical repairs to the household that include things like mold removal, securing windows and front doors, installation of doors to bathrooms, and covering cement floors. And so to address concerns about randomizing in a humanitarian context, eligibility for the program was determined via a vulnerability score, or eligibility for the study rather, was determined via a vulnerability score that was calculated by NRC to include things like household size, but also current economic and housing circumstances. And then looking at that distribution of vulnerability, the 10% most vulnerable were automatically provided assistance but excluded from the study, while the least vulnerable 10% were also excluded from the study and from assistance. And then that middle 80% of households were eligible for the study. Randomization for the study took place at the locality level, of which, so the randomization was in the 2 northernmost governorates of Jordan, just south of the Syrian border, and there are about 334 localities in these 2 governorates. And together, Erbil and Mafraq contain 40% of Jordan's Syrian refugees. And so just a quick note on timeline, randomization was on a rolling basis starting in August 2019 and concluding in March of 2020. And the implementation of the housing subsidy itself began in September of 2019 and continued until fall of 2021 in some cases, kind of depending on the duration of the assistance that they received, with a brief pause from March 2020 to April 2020 because of logistical concerns around COVID-19. And then concurrently, so in August to September 2020, we conducted a round of midline phone surveys. So at this stage, everybody in our survey or in our study had been, the treatment had been receiving assistance, although not everybody had received the full course of their assistance. But then in late 2021, when we went back to collect full in-person surveys, everybody had, for the most part, received the full course of their assistance, and some were almost a year out from the time that assistance had ended.
Thank you, Sarah. So as Sarah was mentioning, we randomized across communities, and that was our intended design, and happily the implementation of that randomization worked out well. We were able to do that and achieved baseline balance on 17 of our 18 pre-specified covariates. We had a modest rate of successful enrollment in the program, and so take up of about 34%. So what this means is that conditional on being assigned to treatment in our program, or in our study rather, about 34% of those individuals ended up actually being enrolled. And the reason for this, as you can imagine, was not typically the fact that a refugee household wouldn't want the assistance. It was rather came from typically either logistical constraints regarding the physical structure of the house. So part of the NRC program, as Sarah mentioned, was partly just a direct rental subsidy, but it was also partly a repairs subsidy, so funding physical repairs to the house. And so if for whatever reason it wasn't possible to implement the repairs that NRC felt were necessary, then they weren't able actually to implement the program for that household. Then also there were some instances where the landlord was not willing to negotiate with NRC to have this program implemented. So there's sort of an interesting point here, which is that, as Sarah mentioned, individuals or refugee households had a vulnerability assessment done, which then deemed them either eligible for the study or not. But that whole assessment just took place with the refugee household. And it was only after the household was actually offered assistance that NRC then contacted the landlord to try to negotiate with them. So in some of those instances, they just weren't able to reach an agreement with the landlord. Nonetheless, the 34% take-up provides more than enough compliance to be able to have a strong IV for the instrumental variable analysis that we're looking forward to showing you today. First, let me just start by giving a bit of an overview of the survey rounds that we collected that Sarah alluded to. So in between August and September of 2020, we conducted a sort of midline phone survey where the goal of this survey was really to understand how the assistance which refugee households were receiving really at that moment in time. They'd either been receiving it for about 12 months or had just started receiving it within that range. How this assistance was helping kind of provide resilience to them in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, even in our second round of results now, these results are still collected during the pandemic, but we were really interested at that point in 2020 to see, is this assistance enabling households to weather this critical moment more easily? Luckily for that survey, we were able to achieve a pretty high response rate despite it being over the phone. We got a survey rate of 86%. Which provides us with a pretty strong sample that, again, I'll be showing you some of the results from that data in a little bit. Then about 1 year later, between September and December of 2021, we conducted a full end-line in-person survey. And here we again managed to survey over 80% of our participants. We had no significant differential attrition between treatment and control. The purpose of this end line was to collect a far, far richer set of outcomes. This in-person survey lasts usually about an hour and a half in length, and it really covers almost every imaginable topic that you could envision to try to understand both, the economic, social, health, mental health, all of these dimensions of well-being of the households. Now, as you can see, this survey just finished in really last month in December of 2021. So these data are very fresh from the field. We're nonetheless actually excited to show you sort of a preview of results today, but I really want to underscore, and we'll continue to underscore throughout the presentation, how preliminary these results are. We're just starting the analysis, and we look forward to having more robust and certain results to talk about in the future. I also want to mention that for this year, we're actually planning another round of data collection where we're hoping to be able to estimate the longer run effects of this assistance on the households that received the assistance. And we're also interested in understanding aspects of social integration and identity between not just the program beneficiaries, but also the Jordanians. So here, in fact, we're specifically thinking of surveying or planning to survey the the Jordanian landlords of the beneficiary households. And then additionally, the hope is to survey Jordanian neighbors of the Syrian households. So here the idea is that, yes, we're already measuring how this program helped the refugee beneficiaries themselves, but how is this program also affecting all the other individuals who the program impacted? So we'll look forward to having more on that in the future. So diving into the data, let me show you a bit of a snapshot of what this sample looks like. So what I'm showing you here are data that were collected post-treatment, but they're of the control group. So we can think of this as being just sort of a without treatment snapshot of the situation of this sample of individuals. And so one thing that really jumps out at us, first of all, is looking at annualized income. We can see that during the COVID-19 lockdown, which occurred in Jordan in the spring of 2020, which was like a very strict lockdown, people were largely confined to their homes. And we see that this had a dramatic decrease in earnings of households at that time. we do nonetheless see that actually households did manage to recover quite a bit of their earnings once that lockdown was lifted. We also see these households are spending on average just shy of $1,000 a year on rent. And we also see, looking at mental health, that very sadly, depression is actually the norm in this population, or at least symptoms of depression. So what we've used here is the CESD validated scale, and a score of over 10 on the CESD is typically considered an indicator for likely clinical depression. And we find that in our control community, or in our control group, that 56% of respondents have symptoms of clinical depression. We also find, also somewhat discouragingly, that children's involvement in learning activities is actually not the norm. So in the control group, about 22% of respondents report that the children in their household did any learning activities in the past 24 hours. So with this sort of snapshot of what this sample looks like in mind, I'd love to dive into some of the results. To give you sort of an overview of what we find, at midline, we find that treatment households did indeed experience enhanced housing quality, which is great. That was sort of the mechanical intended effect of the program. And we also find some kind of surprising great impacts, one being that there are more children in the household. So here this is actually household size increasing as a result of, as a impact of the program. And we also find higher participation in schooling among the children who are in the household. We also find lower credit usage, suggesting more financial stability, though there's no impact on labor supply. Unexpectedly, and Ted actually sort of alluded to this yesterday in his presentation, unexpectedly, we actually find a reduction in food security at midline. So what this means is that at midline, these households that had received this large subsidy through the form of rental assistance, actually seem to have less food security. So I'll show you those results in a little bit and try to talk a little bit about what we think perhaps could be going on there. Our very, very preliminary endline results indicate that there are some effects that do persist. So at endline, we're serving households typically about about 12 months after they've received assistance. For some, the assistance is just finishing. But we're serving them up to 12 months after their assistance is finished. And yet we find that still these treated households do have lower out-of-pocket housing expenditures. And we also find that the increase in child schooling persists. So these are some great positive impacts that, like I said, do persist into the end line. On the other hand, there are some effects that do dissipate. So for example, the differences in housing quality, household composition, and credit usage do all dissipate in our end line results, at least according to the analysis so far. Likewise, our very preliminary analysis does seem to suggest that the consumption and food security effects, those negative effects that we were seeing at midline, seem to have dissipated by endline. So let me show you some of these results directly. So starting with our midline results.
6 minutes left, just so you know, just for pacing.
Perfect, thank you. So starting with our midline results, as I mentioned, we have this normalized housing quality index, and what we're finding here is that, in fact, the housing has improved for these households. For example, they're more likely to be able to lock their dwelling. We also find that there's no direct impact on the housing expenditures that are being spent at midline. And this makes sense, right? Because NRC is subsidizing the rent. So you wouldn't necessarily expect the rent to have gone down. If anything, perhaps it could have gone up if the landlord negotiated well. So here we're finding no significant impact. Then moving on to the effects on housing composition, we find the household size increases specifically due to children or minors joining the household. And we also see that those minors who are in the household are about 16 percentage points more likely to report having done learning activities in the past 24 hours. We also asked about credit usage, or the likelihood that the household had to take out a loan, and we asked about 3 different periods retrospectively. We asked them about before the COVID-19 pandemic began. We asked them about during that strict lockdown period that I was talking about in the spring of 2020. And we asked them about the period from that lockdown, when that lockdown had ended, up to the time of our survey, between August and September of 2020. And in all 3 of those periods, we find this persistent decrease in the likelihood of needing to take out a loan, suggesting increased financial stability throughout that time. And then lastly, thinking about these food insecurity results, we find that in our treated households, respondents are more likely to report having gone hungry at least once in the past 7 days, which we indicate as food insecurity. And the households also self-report that they have actually received less food assistance. So unfortunately, we can't say for sure what we're picking up on here. What we can say is that the food insecurity result we can kind of understand perhaps through two different lenses. One is the increase in the household size through minors. And we actually dug into that data more, and we realized that specifically that increase was driven by males ages 13 to 17. So essentially adolescent boys. So as you can imagine, adolescent boys can eat quite a bit. It actually wouldn't be unreasonable that, that statistically significant increase in adolescent boys could actually, make it so that there's less food available for everyone in the household and increase food insecurity. This decrease in food assistance at first suggested to us that perhaps by receiving this form of shelter assistance, households were then screened out of other forms of basic needs assistance. However, we've looked into this quite substantially and really have not found any evidence for that, either in our midline data or through conversations with NGO partners in the region, nor in our endline data. So we're not sure what was driving this result, but we haven't found any other evidence to suggest that that story really carried out. Just jumping quickly to our endline results, as I've mentioned, these are quite preliminary, but nonetheless, as I had said, we don't find any persistent improvements in housing quality. However, we do find that there is a decrease in the housing expenditures. So this would be like the rent being paid by the household. What's interesting about this is that at this point, the housing assistance has ended. And so what we think might be going on here is could be a product of a particular feature of the NRC program, which was that NRC only provided us direct rental assistance for about 12 months. However, they required the landlord in the contract to agree to a given rental rate for 2 years, essentially providing that refugee household with a locked-in rate for an additional year beyond the subsidy. And so it appears that perhaps, and we hope to look into this more, but perhaps rental rates have been increasing, but the beneficiary households haven't been subjected to those increases. As I mentioned, we see that the effects on household composition do not continue into beyond the treatment period, suggesting perhaps people, allowed friends or relatives' children into their household while they were receiving this assistance, but that sort of agreement perhaps ended once the assistance ended. We do nonetheless find that children who report being a student in the household are more likely to have attended all 5 days of school of the last 5 school days. We find that there's no continued effect on either the probability of needing a loan or the amount of a loan that treatment households take out, but we do find some small suggestive impacts on increased financial stability, in that the treated households do report being more likely to have 30 Jordanian dinar, which are roughly equivalent to $50, saved and available should they need it. So just to conclude, we do find at midline that this housing program, which was intended to both reduce the rent that beneficiaries were paying and also improve their housing circumstances and like the physical quality of their shelter, did in fact improve their housing infrastructure. It reduced their credit usage and debt accumulation, and it also caused this increase in household size, presumably due to having the movement of friends or relatives' children into their household during the time of assistance. There are some negative reported food security effects during that time of assistance, but those effects then dissipate afterwards. And meanwhile, we do find that this positive effect on child schooling does persist. In terms of what we hope to have upcoming, we are intending to collect detailed in-person data on attitudes and social integration later this year, and we're looking forward to presenting more of those results as well as more analysis of the latest data in the future. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks so much, Emma and Sarah. Again, reminding our participants to please put a comment in the chat or a question in the chat. But I get to start. So first, I think it's fascinating that this is that has echoes of the first presentation that we heard in the conference that Bert gave on Turkey and the conditional cash transfer there, wherein he found that there is a reallocation of children into beneficiary households. And we sort of see something similar here. I think that's just a fascinating trend that I wouldn't have anticipated ex ante, that we would sort of see that consistently. I think interesting here is that it looks to me, and correct me if I'm misinterpreting the results, it looks like extra household teenage boys or early teen boys are being sorted into the beneficiary households, but then those boys then go on and they attend school. And so I wonder if that may have been the intent all the way along, is that, hey, you know, Uncle so-and-so has a house, why don't you go over there? You have a stable place where you can then attend school. And so the intent might have never been around consumption. It might have been around trying to educate boys who, you know, traditionally would then go on and are more likely to participate in the labor market. So it might be an investment in boys in that sense. I'm just positing a hypothesis there. I want to ask you though, is this the effects that we're seeing? The effect that we're seeing on housing and on education, could that be described as a pure income effect? Or is there some sort of a value add the NRC program is bringing to this? So this is kind of the give directly question, right? So if you were to give $2,200 in cash directly to these families and just say you can do whatever you want with it, or even frame it and say this is $2,200 that is supposed to be used for housing, and we've seen that the behavioral science sort of backs up that, you know, framing, you know, does have an effect on people doing what you want with these kinds of things. What I know that you weren't asking that question specifically here, but based on your proximity to the program and its implementation, give us a sense. You know, would families have done just as well had they been given cash? Is this an income effect, or is the NRC actually bringing something additional of value here?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I wish I knew for sure, because I wonder about that as well. So I will point out first that a substantial portion of the assistance was specifically earmarked and had to be used for repairs to the structure. So already this was, you know, they were receiving substantially less than $2,200 as direct rental assistance. In terms of whether we would expect a similar result with cash, I mean, this is a population that has been forced, or the data suggests has been forced to make substantial use of credit, whether that's getting debt through their landlord or getting debt elsewhere. And so I do think that if these individuals were able to get cash in hand, I would have to imagine you would have you would probably have somewhat different results, simply being able to have cash in hand, as opposed to you know, I almost think of this as this subsidy interrupting what could be sort of a credit exchange that perhaps the tenant is having with their landlord already, which is just quite different from cash in hand. Unfortunately, though, it's hard to say in this setting. Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
No, I just also wanted to say that I think the unique or one of the unique aspects of this program was that because it's not just the beneficiary, like the refugee household that's benefiting, because the landlord is also benefiting from improved like rental value of their home or the home that they own, then this could also, you know, have different effects than just giving cash directly to a refugee household. For one, like social cohesion, you know, perhaps they think more favorably, you know, on refugees because they're able to work closely with them as they rent. That's one of the reasons why we're looking into doing the landlord surveys in the coming months.
Great, thank you. We have two questions in the chat. One, I'm not going to ask you here. Sorry, Thomas. But if you could go into the chat and answer Thomas's question there, I think we would all benefit from having that answer. I think that's an easier one to answer in the chat. But the one I'm going to ask you to answer now is about social cohesion findings. There's supposed to be some of that embedded in this as well. You didn't talk about that much. Can you just give us a flavor of what that was, and then we need to move on? Thanks.
Sure. Actually, so the social cohesion we expect to collect this year. So we're planning to do those surveys in the coming months, but we have not focused on social cohesion yet in the outcomes we've collected. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Thanks
although we do, sorry, we do in the round, the end line data, we have some measures of social cohesion, though it's just self-reported from the refugee side and not from the landlord.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you, Emma. Fascinating results, and I'm sure that we'd love to have a longer conversation about this, and we'll find opportunities where we can do that. Our third paper today is takes us back to the context where we began. This is reparations as development, with the question mark. Evidence from victims of the Colombian armed conflict. So this is more on IDPs and is presented to us by Arlen Guarin. I hope I'm saying that right, Arlen. Arlen is a PhD candidate in economics at the University of California at Berkeley, who is actually coming out onto the job market this year. And apropos to this paper, prior to coming to UC Berkeley, he worked at the Applied Microeconomics Research Department at the Banco Central de Colombia, at the Central Bank of Colombia. So Arlen, we're very excited to hear what you have to tell us about the resolution of this conflict and how that's gone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you confirm that you can hear me, see me, and see the slides, please?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the introduction. This is joint work with Juliana Londoño Vélez and Cristian Pozo. Juliana from UCLA and Cristian Pozo from the Colombian Central Bank. It's been fascinating to attend all these conferences. This is my first time here, but I hope it is not the last. In our paper, we study reparations, which are measures that transfer money to victims of human rights violations, including IDPs, to recognize and address the harm suffered. And our main research question is whether these cash reparations can help the governments help these victims to transform their lives. More than 30 countries have implemented the reparation programs to address the harm suffered by victims, from post-authoritarian Argentina to post-World War II United States to post-conflict Indonesia. And while these reparations have been thought to be critical for recovery and development, there is little or no quantitative evidence on the effects that they have on the individuals that receive it. That's what we do in our paper. We calculate and we estimate the effects of reparations on victims, and we provide evidence from Colombia, which since the year 2011 has paid reparations to around 1 million individuals that have been victims of the Colombian internal armed conflict, and in the form of lump sum payments that can be remarkably large, up to $10,000 at the market exchange rate, or $26,000 adjusting by purchasing power parity. While we don't have an RCT, we do identify causal effects by leveraging the fact that the program was rolled out in a staggered way over time, and the recipients cannot anticipate the time of the arrival of these reparations. We use event study for most of our results, and we use a before-after approach for one of the outcomes, and we construct a comprehensive national linked administrative panel microdata that links the national victims registry to 9 different national levels data sets on millions of Colombians that allows us to track outcomes over time. On summary of our results, we find that reparations do increase and improve long-term well-being for these victims. We find economically small effects on working conditions, and when we zoom in on those effects, we find that reparations cause recipients to work in better jobs, have higher formal earnings, and make them more likely to own an active business. And they also, after receiving the reparations, have lower healthcare utilization, which we argue is consistent with improved health. And they also invest the money in their children's human capital. We conduct a back of the envelope cost benefit analysis calculation in which we are in the conservative side. And by doing so, we show that the gains from reparations outweigh the monetary cost, where those benefits are mainly driven by the savings in the decrease on healthcare utilization and the returns to human capital investment. Just to, I'm going to start with a little bit background on the Colombian context. There are around 9 billion victims of the Colombian conflict during the last 30 decades. That is almost 1 in 5 Colombians is a victim of the conflict. 90% of these victims are victims of forced displacement. That is 8 million people, which makes for the largest population shared and number of forcibly displaced people, second only after Syria. The conflict was widespread, with more than 90% of municipalities suffering some types of victimizations, and it was mostly rural and affected poorer individuals, such that by 2010, the average victimized household had 5.1 members, had 54% women, and was substantially poor, with only 50% of the individuals working, and making the whole household less than what a person working for a full-time with a minimum wage salary would make in the formal sector. They are even poorer compared to a poor Colombian. The government has tried and has attempted, the Colombian government has attempted to provide humanitarian aid and help to these victims and register the information about these victims over time. But the most ambitious attempt was the victims law, which is which is a law that was introduced in 2011, and it was really ambitious as it attempted and it aimed to compensate with financial reparations more than 7.4 million victims of the Colombian conflict that had been victimized over the past 30 decades by guerrillas, paramilitary groups, and state forces. By 2021, this program has delivered reparations to around 1 million individuals. And these reparations consist of a transfer of a one-time lump sum and non-means tested cash award that can be remarkably large, as I was telling you, up to $10,000 at the market exchange rate, with an amount that depends on the type of victimization. And given how poor these victims are on average, these reparations represent more than 6 years and an average adult victim's income. The government introduced most like a level cash transfer in these reparations as an opportunity for individuals to transform their lives. The government suggested victims to use the money to attend college, create or strengthen small businesses, and improve or acquire housing conditions in the case that they already have one to improve it. And importantly, what we use for identification is that due to the budget and operational constraints that the government was facing, the payouts of these reparation programs were staggered over time, and they were unanticipated by victims, a fact that is backed by anecdotal and survey evidence, but that we also test empirically with the data that we have access to. This is how receiving the reparation looks to the receiving victims. They receive an unexpected call from the victims unit. The caller instructs the victims that they're going to have an important meeting in around 1 week. No information is revealed about the reparation regarding the reparation. However, at that point, 1 week after the meeting, or like when they receive this call, they may expect that this is going to be related with the reparation. The victims arrive to the meeting, and during the meeting, they are told that they're going to receive the reparation, and they are given a letter. The letter includes a message with the date when the reparation check can be collected and a message about the meaning of the reparation. This is a picture that was taken in one of these meetings that I was able to attend in the first minutes of the meeting, where they are being told that they are going to receive the check and they're going to be able to collect this reparation in a bank in the next in about 1 week. And this is the letter that they received, and let me read it to you. It says that as the Colombian state, we deeply regret that your rights have been violated by a conflict that never should have happened. We know that the war has differentially affected millions of people in the country, and we understand the serious consequences that it has had. It is impossible to imagine how much pain this conflict has caused. However, from the victims unit, we have witnessed conflict survivors' capacity for transformation over these years. We have witnessed their spirit to keep going, their strength to raise their voices against those who have wanted to silence them, their ability to rebuild their lives. For these reasons, with your help, we are working so that we can live in a peaceful Colombia, since it is the victims who actively contribute to the development of a new society and a better future. And these are some quotes from the beneficiaries that attend those meetings, in which they basically claim that while these reparations are not compensating the pain and they cannot repair the pain that they feel for the lost family members, they are an opportunity to move forward and to transform their lives. As I was telling you, we use for identification the fact that these reparations were unannounced and that individuals are not able to predict the arrival of the reparation, and that the program was staggered over time. And we use this, and we do it by using event study approaches, in which we compared outcome Y for individual I at time T, and we regress that to individual and time fixed effects, and to event time dummies, for in which case the capital DIT case here represent a dummy that takes the value of 1 K times after the reparation has arrived, with K taking negative values and taking some negative values to allow us to check for our identification assumption of parallel trends in which case we're going to show that before the arrival of the reparations, the individuals that are going to be treated are not different or systematically different or behaving systematically different compared to those that are about to be treated or those that are eligible to be treated and have not received the reparation. We cluster the standard errors at the household level since some of the reparations arrive at the household level, and the main comparison of victims are going to be between those that are treated in our time of study, which is from 2011 to 2019, and those that are soon to receive the reparations, and those that are going to receive it, that are eligible to receive it but haven't received it in the period that we analyze, which are the never treated individuals. To understand the impacts of reparations, we take a look on three different types of outcomes. We take a look on the impacts on work, health, and human capital. We start by the impacts on work. Well, the standard labor supply model will predict that a cash arrival like this will decrease labor supply. The evidence from the developing economies and from development literature shows us that these type of cash transfers don't seem to cause distortionary effects on labor supply. So when we try to take a look on this, and let me explain this graph for you, because this is going to be the way in which we're going to show most of the results in this presentation. Here we have an event study results, for which on the vertical axis we have the percent effects relative to the control mean, and on the horizontal axis we have event time, where to the left of this this dashed red line we have the pre-event time trends, for which we show that there's no significant difference between those that are soon to be treated and those that are the never treated population, which shows us evidence in favor of our identification assumption. However, we see that after receiving the reparations, individuals are indeed less likely to work in the formal sector, and the effect is 3.3% 1 quarter after receiving the reparation. And it is kind of permanent over time, such that 3 years after receiving the reparation this year, this effect is about 1.6%, and it's significant. While we are able to detect significant and negative effects, this effect is economically small, as it only represents a 0.3% percentage points drop in the probability of working in the formal employment. When we zoom in on these effects in these small and economically small formal employment effects, we find that they're mainly driven by wage earners that are shifting out of jobs that are high in risk and low pay. That is, that jobs that pay close to the minimum wage. And also, when we try to see what is explaining this permanent drop, we see that individuals over time are using the outside better alternative that is given by these reparations to have longer out of formal employment spells that allow them to have higher daily wages over time. While this initial increase in daily wages is driven by the fact that these individuals are quitting jobs that are low in paid, over time we see that while the drop in formal employment has stabilized, the increase in the daily wage can be seen over time, such that 3 years after receiving the reparations, even though individuals work for a lower amount of time in the formal sector, the overall formal and total formal earnings in minimum wages is larger, an effect that is mainly driven by the fact that they are earning more daily wages. This drop is also explained by individuals taking some occupations outside of the formal labor market. When we take a look on what are the effects on business creation, we find that individuals are 37% more likely to register a formal business with the local chamber of commerce the quarter after receiving the reparation, showing that there were some financial constraints that were not allowing these individuals to create these own businesses. And this money not only allows these victims to create businesses, but also it allows them to this business to survive over time, and the ones that were created before the arrival of the reparations also survive over time, such that 3 years after receiving the reparation, individuals are 14% more likely to have an active business. And this is an effect that remains and is constant and is kind of permanent over time. Consistent with higher entrepreneurship, we also find that the individuals have a larger access to microcredit in the extensive but also in the intensive margin. 3 years after receiving the reparations, individuals have a higher use of microcredit, a use that is healthier use of microcredit, as the number of days delinquent on this type of microcredits is lower, and that negative effect persists over time, an effect that we were able to check using the census of formal loans for the whole country. We take a look on consumption, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but we do explore these results on the paper, and we do so by taking a look on the information from the census of formal loans. Using inferred consumption from credit card use, we find that reparations increase this consumption through this credit card by 32%. The reparations increase the probability of having an automobile loan by 69%. And by using information about Antioquia, which is a state in Colombia that has 25% of the victims and represents also 25% of the reparations that have been delivered so far. When we take a look on this Antioquia case study, we find that reparations increase the probability of victims buying more land and homes, which is consistent with them being wealthier. So this is evidence that the individuals are able to consume more durables and non-durables and are also wealthier after receiving the cash reparation. While there are a lot of outcomes that we can
2 minutes left, Evelyn.
Oh, it says that 40 minutes, I think. Am I okay? Well,
I'll give
perfect.
you 3.
Wow. Okay. Perfect. So let me go really quick over the health results. These are results that we expect summarize like a lot of the findings that are related to things that we cannot measure in administrative data, but can indeed affect the quality of the life of these individuals. We argue that these effects are mainly driven in our context by changes that are associated with improvements in health, based on the fact that in Colombia we have close to universal healthcare coverage. We find important effects on decreases on healthcare utilization, especially we take a look on emergency department visits, and we find an immediate, a short-term drop of about 5%, but that effects compounds over time, such that 4 years after receiving the reparation, individuals are 18% less likely to visit an emergency department, an improvement that is consistent across different measures. There is a decrease in hospitalization, there is a decrease in medical procedures, and when we try to take a look at what explains this drop, we see that in the short run, there are conditions that are more related to improvement in working and living conditions, and in the long term, this is mainly driven by more chronic conditions that take longer to be affected by this cash transfer. We also take a look on what happens to the individuals that receive the reparation and what happens to the children of these victims. And what we find there is that individuals do invest in their children, and some of the gap that was introduced by the reparation and some of this intergenerational gap is closed by the arrival of these reparations. Individuals are more likely to invest in the post-secondary education of their children, such that 2 years after receiving the reparation, individuals, the children of these victims are 18% more likely to attend a post-secondary university, with the effects being particularly larger at private institutions, where the financial constraints could have been like a barrier for these individuals to access education in the past. And we do see that the reparations allows individuals and children that were younger when the cash arrived to the household to have a better performance at the high school exit exam, consistent with improvements in this human capital formation. While we don't find evidence on graduation, we do find that they perform better. This effect doesn't seem to be driven by a change in the type of high school attended, and it seems to be driven more by behavioral changes associated with the arrival of the money at the household level. We find that with a very conservative analysis in which we only focus on the things that can be quantifiable, we find that the benefits of the reparations outweigh the monetary cost. But let me summarize this with these 3 results. We find that the savings in health account for around 50% of the initial monetary amount received. The human capital, or the potential returns to human capital formation, could account for 60% of these reparations, while we don't find a significant distortionary effects on work. And let me summarize over there. I think that's pretty much the message that I wanted to give.
If you want to go through the concluding bullets, go for it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so basically, we find that that the reparations do improve the individual's long-term well-being, and contrary to the notion that cash transfers fully discourage employment, we observe that there is actually a very small drop in wage employment that is mainly driven by reallocation of workers across jobs with higher wages and increased business survival and increasing levels of consumption for these individuals. We also find that the reparations cause economically meaningful decreases in healthcare utilization, which we argue that in the Colombian context are driven by improvements in health conditions, driven by these improvements in working living conditions. And we do find also that reparations increase human capital investment for the next generation by improving high school scores and also college attendance, which in an analysis where we try to see what part of the gap is closed, we find that those improvements close most of the gap created by the victimization and most of the intergenerational gaps in terms of human capital formation. And our findings then suggest that reparations can be an effective policy tool with the potential to improve long-term well-being to these individuals, and not only be a progressive but also an efficient policy tool.
Great, thank you so much, Arlen. And I want to first congratulate you on moving through a bunch of very dense information there at the end very quickly. Well done. Thank you for that. We're trying to preserve just a little bit of time for people to go on a 5-minute break as we sort of run into our break time. So Ibrahim has a question in the chat, which is kind of a point of information, wondering about the criteria used to identify beneficiaries of the repatriation scheme. Or did the program just sort of cover everyone? How was one sort of found to be eligible, or who was the focus of the program? And then I have a question that's actually related to the very, very last thing that you said, which is that this is not only sort of a good thing to do morally, but it's also economically efficient. Did you guys at the Banco Central, did you calculate an ERR on this, an economic rate of return, or do some other exercise where you're trying to understand the rates of return of this as an investment, apart from being the morally sort of correct thing to do, to look at what the returns of that kind of an investment are? Thanks.
Perfect. Yeah. So on the selection criteria, there are 14 types of victimizations that are covered by these reparations, including forced displacement, including relatives of family members that were murdered or forcibly disappeared, torture victims, victims of landmines, among others. And the selection criteria in terms of who was going to be considered was mainly defined by the victims registry, which is a registry that has been collected since 1997, including information on forced displaced individuals. But individuals were also given a short period of time in which they could go to a local agency and claim that have been the facts leading to the victimization, and that information will be checked against like official records, and they will be given the information whether they were going to be accepted or not in the victims registry. So that was basically the selection criteria. While regarding the internal rate of return, we do calculate a rate of return of around 10%. Well, that's something that we don't want to emphasize a lot, because we can only calculate like a very lower bound of the potential effects, because there are a lot of things that can be happening at the same time. We can only measure consumption of using the formal credit market and formal loans, and we are only focusing on the calculation on this cost benefit analysis on the margins that we can quantify directly from the data, like increases in informal income, increases in profit from the new businesses, and the savings in the health system, and the returns to human capital formation. But there are other margins that can also be affected and could also be should be taken into account, like the actual improvements in health that should be quantified here, and that's why we would like to say that is that's a lower bound for the potential returns on this policy.
Fascinating. That implies many more policy questions with the 10% ERR as a lower bound. That's really quite high. So fascinating to hear. Thank you very much, Arlen, for a truly fascinating discussion. Thank you also to Sarah and to Emma and to Sandra and everyone else who participated and who will watch, and who got up and joined us in their pajamas. We will resume. We'll go on a short 5-minute break. We will resume at 1:45. And at that time, we will be able to hear from in session 7 of our discussion. And I want to also let folks know that session 7, which of course is on attitudes. I also want to let folks know that if you are able to, if you would like to join and have a conversation with sort of a side conversation with Ana Maria Ibanez, she is available 1 hour prior to the start of her keynote. So that will be at 11 o'clock, starting at 11 o'clock Eastern time in the US, at 5 p.m. Central European time. The link to that will be put in the chat, or or you can find it in the email that was sent to you. But again, thank you everyone, and we'll join you in 5.
Sandra, if you're there, can we try?
I can hear you and I can see you so far.
Okay, I'll try and share the slides, make sure that all is fine. You tell me whether what you look is fine.
I can see a slide showing right now, yes.
And a slideshow.
Yes, it looks good.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, everyone. It's time to begin our 7th session here at this very thought-provoking conference. I'm Johannes Matzert. I'm the host of this session. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Göttingen. In course of this session, we will see 4 fascinating presentations on the attitudes towards migration of host communities and the importance for integration. But before we start, I just want to remind you again that you can always post your questions in the chat. You can post them here on WebEx or in the chat on YouTube. Just to remind, if you want to ask a question via YouTube, you need to be logged into your account. With that being said, let's kick off the session with the first presentation on the reaction of natives to transit migration in terms of attitudes and entrepreneurship by Sergei Guryev. Sergei Guryev is a professor at Sciences Po in Paris, working on political economy and development. With that, Sergei, the floor is yours. I think we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
How much time would I have?
You have 20 to 25 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much, Johannes. Indeed, that's a great conference, and I'm very honored to speak here. This is going to be a presentation of a joint paper with Nicholas Eisenman, who is now in São Paulo School of Economics, and Cheval Aksoy, who is a principal economist at the BRD, but also a invited professor, visiting professor at King's College London. This is a paper indeed on the attitudes of natives and how they're affected by transit migration. So this is going to be a paper about the Syrian refugee crisis in Europe. As you may know, we had a very important, unprecedented increase in asylum seekers in 2015-16. The Syrian conflict started before, but it was 2015 and 16 when the number of Syrian refugees, as well as refugees from other conflict-affected countries, really increased in Europe and increased substantially. And this will be this increase in 2015 that we are going to look at. And our paper is about the impact of this influx of refugees on countries in transit. So in principle, as you saw in this conference and generally in literature, we know a lot about the impact of mass migration on destination countries, also on sending countries, but this is one of the few papers which looks at transit countries. And of course, during the Syrian refugee crisis, a lot of countries in Europe were affected by the mass transit migration from Syria through Turkey, through Greece, and eventually to Germany and somewhat Italy. So just to visualize this picture, this is a journey that about 1 million refugees have taken through Middle East, Turkey, Greece, towards various cities in Germany. You see that my slides, you see my slides are being changed, right? So you see the map now. Good. So one of the most important areas affected, even though this country is not going to be part of our sample, but there are papers which look at the impact of refugee migration on Greek elections, was of course Greek islands, where a number of refugees exceeded number of natives by actually order of magnitude. And this is where people were talking about the lack of trust in law and order. For those of you who don't read the Greek alphabet, here is a quote from mayor of island of Lesbos, who writes in an open letter to the open letter to the Greek government. He says that we have a lot of irregular migrants and refugees, and we lose confidence in social order and in rule of law. So This is, by the way, from a paper which does show that influx of refugees had a political impact and helped an extreme right party to get much more votes than would have been expected otherwise. So our paper looks at transit countries, actually not Greece, but 18 other countries in Central and Eastern Europe, which refugees have gone through on their way to Western European countries, first and foremost Germany. And so we ask a question: to what extent that affects native populations' confidence in political and legal institutions, change their attitudes to risks, propensity to take risks, and therefore pursue an economically meaningful entrepreneurial behavior. So this is one of the main results, just in one graph. So we will have two major outcome variables, self-reported attempt to start a business, and also current self-employment status, which is also a good proxy for entrepreneurship. And here you can see the difference in control and treated communities. So for us, the unit of observation will be locality, primary settling unit, a district in a city or a village or a small town. And so we'll have about 800 localities, and 200 of them were close to a transit migrant route, and we'll call them treated, and about 600 are far away. And so here you see, for example, the difference between control and treated localities on the left in terms of try to start business before and after the refugee crisis. Our survey will only look at 2010 and 2016, so before means 2010, after means 2016. And so here you see in the controlled locality, in controlled localities, there is no significant change. While in treated localities, there is a big decrease in entrepreneurship before and after. So if you're close to a migration, transit migration route, the level of entrepreneurship actually comes down a lot after the crisis. In terms of self-employment, there is decline in both control and treated, but the decline in control is much smaller than decline in treated, where it is actually quite substantial. So what we do, we find that if you are located close to a mass migration route, then the impact of the Syrian refugee crisis results in lower entrepreneurship. And when we try to investigate the mechanism, we find that that is due to decreased trust in institutions, increased sense of political instability, decreased confidence in rule of law and in political order, and decreased willingness to take risks. What we do rule out is we don't see aggregate economic shock. So when migrants pass by, that doesn't actually change unemployment, doesn't change local economic activity measured as satellite lights during nighttime. And we don't really see demographic changes due to selective outmigration. We don't see people who are more motivated, who are just leaving those places which are next to the localities which are affected by exposure to mass transit. So since I don't have much time, let me skip the literature. But basically, this is the first paper which looks at a multitude of countries, not just one country, and looks at mass transit migration and its impact on risk attitudes, confidence in institutions, and entrepreneurship. So, so for those of you who are in this conference, I probably don't need to remind you how Syrian refugee crisis developed. Basically, it was part of the Arab Spring, crackdown on protests, and already by March 2013, there was 1 million refugees. By the time I'm talking about, 1 million is the number which was on the way to Europe, but many more refugees actually were displaced to neighboring countries such as Jordan, Turkey, and Lebanon. So we are talking about 5 million or 6 million displaced cross-border and 6 more million internally displaced. So half of Syrian population has been displaced either to neighboring countries or Europe or internally. So it was a huge, huge crisis. Now, the route to Europe there were multiple routes, but the main route, especially in 2015 and 16, was the route through Europe, through Turkey, to Greece, to Europe. It was only used by 12,000 people in 2013, 50,000 in 2014, but almost a million in 2015. And most of the refugees arriving to Western Europe in this period actually went through this Eastern Mediterranean route. We rely on data from International Organization of Migration. I'll say a few more words later on, but this was a big influx of refugees, and most of them have come through this Eastern Mediterranean route. As you can see, this is the one that we described. So which countries did they go to? So IOM ran what's called flow monitoring surveys. So they actually talked to refugees who made it to Europe, and serving them in destination or transit countries. They actually found that most of the refugees wanted to go to Germany. The second largest destination was Italy, and then you have very few people who want to go to other Western countries. Now, we will focus on Germany and Italy as two top destinations, also because our countries, the 18 countries we look at, the Central and Eastern European countries, are countries which are closer to Germany and Italy rather than France. So what are the main data? So the data come from Life and Transition Survey, which is a World Bank BRD survey of individuals in 35 Central Eastern post-communist, Central Eastern European post-communist countries. Actually, we are talking about 35 countries or so. We will focus on 18 transit countries. We will exclude, even though we do have data on Germany and Italy, we exclude Germany and Italy because these are destination countries, and therefore our exercise would be contaminated. Actually, when we include those countries, we will have similar results. But in the main exercise that I'm going to show you, it's going to be 18 countries, and there'll be a panel of localities. So the same localities are included in the survey in 2010 and in 2016. And so for us, the main regression will be to look at the attitudes within the same locality before and after, depending on the distance to the refugee route. And as for the routes, so we rely on IOM data, who provides us with information on which routes were used by refugees. Now, we know exactly the routes, but we don't know the intensity and timing of refugee flows along those routes. So we will only use geographical data. We don't really have intensity measures. So Life and Transition Survey, as I said, is 34, 35 countries, depending on which round. We have pre-crisis and after-crisis waves, 2010, 2016. And locality has, we have about 50 localities per country. And what is important, we will look at these 800 localities, which are the same in 2010 and 2016. And so for each locality, we'll measure distance to the refugee route. So the questions in the survey include demographic, but also attitudes, also economic variables such as labor market outcomes, wage, and entrepreneurial activity, and so on. So this is just a picture of localities in Leeds. As you can see, there are localities in Italy and localities in Germany, and there are localities in Turkey, but we will not use them because for us, what is going to be most important is 18 transit countries here. Okay. So we will focus on distance to refugee routes in Eastern Mediterranean route. This is what our data cover. And as a measure of exposure to refugee route, we will use the distance from locality to the route, to the closest refugee route, and we'll take a minus log. So minus log distance means that the larger this variable, the closer you are to the refugee route. And so this is a good measure of exposure to mass transit migration. So other things we control for, individual characteristics such as age, gender, education, married status, and so on. We also control for country year fixed effect. And then we control for locality fixed effect and year fixed effect. We have 2 years, 2010 and 2016. And we have, as I said, 800 localities. So that's what we do. So we also use an instrument. So in those studies, instrumentation is important because the location of routes may be endogenous to attitudes of the natives. And that's always an issue in studies of political implications of migration, including refugee migration. And so this is why we need to instrument the exposure to mass transit migration through a geographical instrument. The way we do it, and this is what's been done by other people, we calculate the distance to the optimal route. So suppose we know that a person is traveling from Damascus to Berlin, and you are somewhere in a location in Romania. So what we do, we say, how about this person calculates the optimal travel route, and then I'll calculate the distance from my village in Romania to the optimal route. And then I use this distance to the optimal route as an instrument to the actual distance to the route. So this is a common measure of common optimal geographic instrument. So suppose you are in this Romanian town, so the actual distance is this light gray line, and the black line here is actually the optimum travel route to the optimal route from Damascus to Berlin. And so we have three origins for Kabul, Baghdad, and Damascus, and two destinations, Berlin and Rome. And this is just zoomed in picture of the instrument from St. Petro di Cante. You see the actual distance, light gray, and the minimum walking distance is alongside this route. Okay, so that's what we do. We calculate this instrument, and so we basically assume that this thing is predicting the optimal routes, predict actual routes, which they do. And our argument is that this is an exogenous geographical variable which should not affect economic or attitudinal outcomes. Now, of course, the optimal routes may be related to commercially dense areas, trade routes, and so on. And so in order to fix that, we control for distance to all main highways. There may be other highways which are not related to routes from Berlin to Damascus. We also control for distance to main railroads, and we also use those as placebo, and we show that distance to main highways or distance to main railroads doesn't have an impact. So once we run this first stage estimation, we do find strong correlation, and we do find very strong F statistics. Even when you control for locality and year fixed effect, there's a very strong correlation. And even when you include country by year fixed effect, the correlation stops being 1, but it's 0.7 plus minus 16. So it's not bad at all. And this is the same thing presented graphically, where we use the instrument and show the actual outcome. They're very highly correlated. Now, the main result is that exposure to transit route affects the variable, which is I try to set up a business, and the variable, which is I'm self-employed now. In both cases, we have a major impact, 2 percentage points for first variable, and the average level of that variable is like 12%, and 1 percentage point for the second variable, and average value of this variable is like 1%. And the effect is concentrated, while we look at the continuous variable distance, the effect is actually concentrated in the vicinity of 25 kilometers. Once we start to look at what happens once you're beyond 25 kilometers, the effect goes down in magnitude and stops being significant. So if you take a dummy for being closer than 15 kilometers, the effect would be significant, 25 kilometers as well. But once you go beyond 25 kilometers, exposure doesn't matter anymore. So in the IV regressions, the effect is even stronger. We attribute that to measurement error. But in general, we do find that the effect in instrumental variable regressions is twice as strong as in OLS regressions. So the question is why, to what extent it is linked to migrants or not. One of the things we do, we look at data from leads where people say how they treat migrants, whether migrants make available contribution to the economy or migrants are a burden. And then we also use another question, which is a common question in those studies, which is, would you mind having migrants as a neighbor? Or would you mind to have a homosexual as a neighbor, or people with kids as a neighbor? And so we find that exposure to refugee routes really reduces likelihood that people like migrants, but doesn't affect attitudes to other groups. So these are the coefficients from IV regressions for migrants and other groups. So you see, people are more likely to say that if people are closer to a refugee route, there is an increase in likelihood to say that migrants are a burden for the national social protection system. And then I don't like having migrants as neighbors. And 8 percentage points change between 2010 and 2015. And then when you look at things like homosexuals, different race, Roma, there is no change. People don't like foreigners after being exposed to forced migration, forced transit migration. But it's really foreigners, not foreign investors, for example, which suggests it's still about refugees rather than foreigners in general. So we also run pre-trans. There was another round in the survey in 2006. So for those localities which were included both in 2006 and 2010, we're able to check for pre-trans, and there are no pre-trans before 2010. So about potential mechanisms, as I said, what we look at, and I've been talking for 20 minutes, I'll be wrapping up in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's probably 2 minutes, just to leave 5 minutes for questions. So basically, we use other outcomes such as risk attitudes and changes in interpersonal trust, local economic activities, confidence in institutions, and so on. And basically, we find that exposure to transit migration reduces trust in national government, reduces trust in regional government, reduces trust in local government, doesn't affect trust in the army, reduces likelihood to say that you have peace, stability, law, and order, reduces satisfaction with political situation, doesn't have any impact on the economic situation. So it's really undermining confidence in political and legal institutions. No impact on life satisfaction, job satisfaction, financial satisfaction, optimism, but a strong impact on willingness to take risks. No impact on trust in other people or confidence that lost wallet will be returned if you lose the wallet. So it's not like distrusting other people. It's not like being unhappier, but more like being less confident in political institutions, law and order, stability, and that makes people more risk averse, and that results in lower entrepreneurial activity. Now, when we look at economic activity such as luminosity, we find no effect. Coefficients are insignificant. When we look at where people go when they become less self-employed, we see that people move out of labor force. There is a negative impact on unemployed, but small and insignificant. Negative impact on wage employment, small and insignificant. But people really stop being entrepreneurs and instead move out of labor force. So when we look at out-migration, to what extent exposure to forced routes results in greater disproportional changes in social demographic characteristics, we find no results. So I already mentioned placebo in terms of distance to main roads and main railroads, and we find no results, as I mentioned. We run additional robustness checks, such as subnational region by year fixed effects, find nothing. Use different clustering, exclude various countries and find nothing, and also look for heterogeneity. Don't really find much in terms of heterogeneity. So let me conclude. Once again, this is a first multi-country analysis of the impact of mass refugee flows on transit countries, on 18 transit countries. So what we find is we document large negative effects of exposure to such transit migration on natives' entrepreneurial activity. Once we try to understand the mechanism, we find the evidence that people are less likely to like migrants, less likely to believe that political institutions work well, reduced confidence in stability and law and order, are less likely to take risks, and that all paints a very consistent picture where what we find suggests that this was a very badly managed refugee crisis, which did create a lot of dissatisfaction in political and legal institutions, which in turn reduce entrepreneurial activity by the locals. So we roll out alternative explanations, which I already mentioned. And in that sense, let me stop here, and we still have 3 minutes for questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That was a very, very interesting presentation. And I find the focus on transit countries specifically fascinating. I don't see any question in the chat yet, so I want to encourage everyone to post the questions in the chat. Maybe in the meantime,
there is a question in the chat.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, okay, I'm trying to see. Yeah, how much time did the study consider in the transit country? Are migrants entirely burdened to those countries? Are they not serving as a market for local economies for transit countries? Any social cohesion between the groups? So mostly these migrants would spend several weeks, because most of them actually walked through the country. And some countries are small, so you can walk through a country in a week. But in most countries, they would spend a month or so. To what extent they created local economic demand? The answer is we don't see that. We look at local economic activity and we don't see that. In principle, you can imagine that there is a negative impact because of reduced entrepreneurial activity, but there is also a positive impact because migrants spend some money, and also national governments and European institutions send money to provide support to the migrant. But so these positive and negative impacts on local economy apparently balance each other, so we don't find any net economic impact. And this is exactly the difference. The question is, are they serving for looking at the local economy as a market in transit countries? So that's exactly the difference between transit countries and destination countries. In destination countries where migrants settle, they engage in economic activity with the locals. That creates compassion, empathy, cooperation, and that's what contact hypothesis by Gordon Alpert suggests. So if you have repeated interaction between minority and majority groups, which is based on equal standing, mutually beneficial cooperation, then empathy may emerge and stereotypes may be reduced. But in transit countries, these conditions are not satisfied. People just move through, and you see that there is no order in that. You see piles of garbage after a bus with migrants passes by, or a crowd of migrants walks by, and so you think that your government is not really doing a great job.
All right, great. Thank you very much. I think with that, we are perfectly in time to move on to our next presentation. So thank you very much again, Sergey Yuriev. Our next presentation will be on the importance of economic conditions and immigration attitudes for the integration of refugees in Germany. And the project will be presented to us by Sevat Aksoy, who is an assistant professor at King's College London and principal economist in the office of the chief economist at the EBRD. Chair, the floor is yours.
You can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let me start my timer. Okay, perfect. Hi everyone. First of all, many thanks to organizers for accepting our paper in the program. So this paper is about how initial conditions at the time of arrival shape multidimensional integration of refugees. And to be able to answer this question, what we do, we use basically data from Germany and also variation generated by the German settlement policy. And this is what this paper is about. So as Sergei showed in his presentation, we know that number of refugees in Europe, particularly in Germany, has increased drastically over the last few years, especially right after 2013. But the one issue is that refugees typically arrive in a host country with worse language skills and also less locally applicable human capital than economic migrants. We know that economic migrants are positively self-selected with respect to education as well as language skills, but that's not the case for refugees. Refugees, as we know, tend to go to the countries there is no war, and then they can the countries that can process their asylum applications. So, but in the long term, this has implications for their integration because they are more likely to start at significantly lower levels of wages and employability. And at the same time, initial conditions at the time of arrival matter for successful integration. And then so far in the literature, 3 papers actually have been shown that this has initial conditions, have long-lasting effects for refugees and economic migrants. So in this paper, what we do is the following. First, we provide the first systematic evidence on how initial local unemployment, as well as attitudes towards immigrants, shape the integration of refugees. So far, what we realize in the literature is that attitudes towards migrants when it comes to shaping up refugees' integration outcomes have not been studied. So that's something we bring in this paper, and then we show that actually economic attitudes towards immigrants are as important as economic conditions when it comes to shaping up refugees' integration process. We focus on refugees who arrived in Germany between 2013 and 2016 and surveyed in SOEP survey of refugees, which is the largest representative survey of refugees in Europe. As I said at the beginning, our identification relies on the exogenous placement of refugees upon arrival and the fact that they were not free to choose their initial place of residence. And I will show you some quantitative evidence to convince you that this initial allocation of refugees or the settlement policy is likely to generate some random variation. What we also do, we measure attitudes towards immigrants in 2 different ways, but both measures deliver qualitatively similar results. First thing, county-level attitudes measure is not available in Germany. So we get around this problem by using geocoded tweets and then creating a sentiment index for each county in Germany. In addition to that, what we use, we basically proxy attitudes by using far-right vote shares from 2017 and 2013 local and general elections. And then we show that both measures deliver, again, similar results. In this paper, we not only focus on economic integration of refugees, but we also look at multidimensional integration of refugees. That's something we, again, do. And then given that we work with individual level data, we can actually check the integration outcomes separately by gender. So what do we find? So we find that refugees assigned to countries with high unemployment rates or unwelcoming attitudes are less likely to be in employment or education and less likely to be in full or part-time employment. High unemployment and negative attitudes towards immigrants also have a strong negative impact on the refugees' net monthly earnings and also on the multidimensional integration index. Again, in this paper, we are interested in sort of this horse-race relationship between local economic conditions, which we proxy by local unemployment rates, and also the attitudes towards immigrants. And then, as I said a few minutes ago, both measures seem to be important, or put differently, attitudes towards immigrants are as important as local economic conditions when it comes to refugees integration. We also do some back-of-the-envelope calculation to understand public finance benefits or public finance implications. We find that allocating 100,000 randomly selected working-age refugees to counties with 1 standard deviation lower unemployment rate or better attitudes would generate annual public finance benefits of 46 to 49 million euros. Depending on the measure we use, this basically public finance benefits vary between 21 to 48 million euros when it comes to attitudes measure. Our paper is related to three different strands of the literature. The first one is, as I said, initial economic conditions and how they shape up refugees integration. We contribute to that literature directly. And then there is a second strand of the literature which basically looks at, which basically compares labor market outcomes between refugees and other migrants. And several papers basically study other factors that affect refugees integration. This includes ethnic networks, job search assistance, employment bans at arrival, restructuring integration programs, and so on. So I will spend a few minutes trying to explain how refugee settlement policy works in Germany. So the distribution of refugees across Germany follows an established two-step process. So once refugees are registered in Germany, they are distributed across states first. And this dispersal of refugees is based on predefined allocation scheme, which is called the Königswinkel. So the Königswinkel determines what share of refugees is received by each state based on the state's tax revenues and population sizes. And the German government basically updates the Königswinkel and the related shares on an annual basis. Once refugees are allocated across states, then states allocate refugees across counties. And this is basically based on relative population shares. It's very intuitive. More populated countries receive more refugees. This is basically the idea. So we can actually quantitatively check this. What we do here, at the county year level, on the left-hand side, I have refugee inflows. On the right-hand side, I have several covariates, such as population size of the county, unemployment rate, population density of the county, GDP per capita, average age, housing availability, share of tertiary education. And we focus on within state variation. And then so we have state mix effects. So what we find in this table is that population size is the only statistically significant predictor of the number of asylum seekers assigned per county. And this is in line with what we see in the regulation. And we in each column we basically report results for separate years. But when we pull these years and then also include year fixed effects, we find similar results that population size is the only covariate that consistently matter for refugees dispersal. But of course, this table doesn't say anything about refugees' characteristics, but it only shows that population size is a significant predictor for the number of asylum seekers assigned to different countries. So what happens once refugees are assigned to countries? The first thing is refugees' mobility is severely restricted for at least 3 years. And this is based on law, which is called Integration Act, which was legislated in July 2016. And to enforce this restriction, refugees who do not comply with the regulation lose basically entitlement to social benefits. Why this is important? Because still about 60% of refugees in Germany are not in employment or education. That means that they basically heavily rely on social benefits. So once they move to a different county, they directly lose these social benefits. So there are a lot of reasons for refugees to stay in their initially assigned county. And of course, in some states, conditional on the approval of immigration authorities, refugees are allowed to move to a different county. We don't have direct data on this, or we don't have good data on this, but we know that from the reports, German NGOs, these permits are granted only in exceptional circumstances. The main reason will be the family reunification. And then looking at the raw data, we find that only about 8% of refugees move to another state from their initially assigned state. So movements across states at least seem to be very low. And then another recent paper which also shows that allocation of refugees is rarely linked to individual wishes, economic prospects, or cultural proximity. So settlement policy has three features that are very important to us. First thing is exogenous allocation. They are allocated by the state to different counties. And then once they're allocated across different counties, their mobility is restricted. And then both states and counties, and also refugees, must participate in the allocation program. And then these three features are crucial for our identification strategy as they generate a plausibly random allocation of refugees counties. I will provide you more direct quantitative evidence on this, basically balance table, in a few slides. So our data set, we use data from, as I said, SWAP, which basically provides a representative survey of refugees who arrived in Germany after 2013. And we focus on economically active individuals aged 18 to 49. Our results get actually even stronger when we look at the working age population 18 to 64. We have four main outcome variables. Dummy variable for being in employment or education. Dummy variable for being in full-time or part-time employment. We use another outcome variable, monthly net wages. And then we basically construct a multidimensional integration index based on Harder et al.'s Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences paper, which got published in 2018. So, as I said, country-level attitudes towards immigrants measure is not available in Germany. We basically use Twitter data, geolocated or geocoded Twitter data in Germany in 2014 to construct our novel country-level attitudes measure. What we do, we first identify geolocated tweets that includes words and hashtags related to migrants and migration. And then we basically keep tweets that are in German and or English. And then using these tweets, what we do, we conduct sentiment analysis and we build two alternative measures, negative sentiment index and polarity index, both of which actually deliver similar results. This basically shows us the geolocation of tweets in Germany. Overall, we identify more than 150,000 tweets that we can actually use for our analysis. These maps is to show a distribution of country-level treatment variables. Again, in main tables, we focus on local unemployment rate and negative sentiment index, both measured in 2014. And we also use far-right vote shares from 2017 and also 2013 local and general elections. So let's look at refugees' main activity in Germany. I think that the key thing is here, about 60% of refugees are not in employment or training or in education. And this figure basically goes down to only 56% after 5 years, after spending 5 years in Germany. When we look at by gender, panel A shows the stats for males, and the panel B shows the stats for females. Inactivity there is even higher for women, which is about 76%, and then for men, it is about 50%. So again, even after 5 years, most refugees, working age refugees or economically active refugees, stay inactive in Germany. So let's look at our identification strategy. So again, our identification strategy explores the German refugee settlement policy as a quasi-natural experiment. On the left-hand side, we have the outcomes I just mentioned. On the right-hand side, we have two treatment variables that are measured in 2014 at the county level. These are unemployment rate and local attitudes towards immigrants. And again, we are interested in this horse-race relationship between the two to understand which dimension is more important. We control for several individual covariates. We have year-fixed suffix. And then given that our treatment variables are measured at the county level, we can't control for count, we can't include count fixed effects, but what we can do, we can go one level higher, and then we can include not to sub-region fixed effects. We cluster standard errors at the county level. We also correct for spatial correlation following common, And then we also report bootstrap standard errors at the state level, and then our results actually remain significant. You may also worry that initial unemployment rate and the negative sentiment index may co-move. The correlation may be too high between the two. We check for this. It is pretty low. It's 38.38. And then the row correlation between initial unemployment rate and the far right void share is even lower. It is about 0.19. So this is our balance table basically. Our identification assumption is that unemployment rates and attitudes towards migrants are uncorrelated with refugees' refugees' individual level characteristics. And again, we can quantitatively check this. We have 6 different panels here. The first 2 panel outcome variable is unemployment rate in 2014. Third panel, third and the fourth columns, actually, the outcome variable is negative sentiment index, and 5th and 6th columns, outcome variables are far right vote shares. Here, in the first panel, we basically focus on refugees in the first 2 years, and then in panel B, we basically focus on the full sample. Here, we have refugees' demographic characteristics, such as age, gender dummy, education, and then their language skills. And then we have several, and in column 1, 3, and 5, we don't include state fixed effects. In columns 2, 4, and 6, we include state fixed effects. And what we see here is that indeed low unemployment rates and attitudes towards migrants are uncorrelated with refugees' individual level characteristics, which suggests that there's little political, for example, you can't, this table suggests that actually there's little political influence going on in the sense that maybe some states may send some educated refugees to different type of counties. So this doesn't seem to be the case according to this table. So if you believe in our identification assumption, I can also show you the main results. So here we basically throughout the paper we always report standardized coefficients, so that we can actually compare the point estimates on our 2 different variables, local unemployment rate and negative sentiment index. What we find is that intuitively higher unemployment rate and negative sentiment index has both of them actually has negative impact on refugees integration. And when it comes to magnitudes, the magnitudes are actually fairly similar. In this table, we basically unbundle the effects on multidimensional integration index, which we report in column here. Once we unbundle the multidimensional integration index, we find that the effects are driven by economic integration and also social integration. We can also check our robustness of our results using far right vote share instead of Twitter measure, which has its own advantages but also disadvantages. Our results again are qualitatively similar when we use far right vote share in 2017. Of course, this could be an endogenous measure because we used the measure in 2017, but we also show that there's little correlation, as I just showed you in the balance table. There's almost no correlation between refugees' individual characteristics and far right vote share in 2017. The effects are basically mainly driven by the male sample when we look at by gender. When we look at the fiscal implication of our results, as I said, this could basically generate better allocation scheme could generate at a minimum an annual gain of about 50 million euros to the public sector. We do a lot of robustness checks. We also use election results from the 2013 elections. We find qualitatively similar results. We run the Oster's omitted variable bias test. It doesn't seem like our results are driven by some omitted variables. We also include sub-region by year fixed effects. Our results remain similar. We conduct multiple hypothesis tests because we have 4 different outcomes. Our results remain similar, again, significant. We also check robustness to alternative legs of unemployment rate at county level. We also look at robustness to analyzing only states with strict restrictions on residency. We run logistic regressions. We drop potentially bad controls. Our results remain similar. We also look at alternative age. As I said, age 18 to 64. Our results get even stronger, actually. We drop counties with few refugees. We try alternative levels of clustering. We also report bootstrap standard errors clustered at the state level. And again, our results go through against all these robustness checks. The conclusion is that our results highlight the importance of initial conditions for refugee integration. And then we find that local attitudes towards immigrants are actually are important as local unemployment rate or local economic conditions. And we think that our findings have important implications for the design of refugee allocation policies. For example, Germany could improve refugee integration outcomes by changing the distribution mechanism such that it could incorporate the integration capacity of states, such as unfilled job vacancies. And at the European level, warning against proposals to reallocate refugees into, according to our results, there's a warning against proposals to reallocate refugees into unwelcoming attitudes, unwelcoming countries, sorry. And with that, I will conclude, and then I would like to see whether there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk on the big question of refugee integration. There are two comments in the chat. The one was asked during your presentation, and Sean Hong wondered to which extent a Twitter-based measure is representative, especially in the context of Germany.
So that is a fair question, and that's a good point. So that's why we basically check the robustness of our results using alternative measures, which is basically the vote shares for right-wing parties in 2013 and 2017, and the results are qualitatively similar. And of course, Twitter data has its advantages because it gives us, and it is at the county level we can identify tweets, the geolocation of tweets. But its disadvantage is that there's self-selection into tweeting, but not only that, but there's also self-selection into activating the geolocation feature of Twitter. But when we use the alternative measure, our results are similar. And Thomas has a question as well. Okay. I wasn't aware of this paper actually, as from the immigration lab. I will take a look at it, Thomas. Thank you.
Yes, so maybe just in relation to that comment, yeah. So would you advise to adapt basically the refugee allocation mechanism then in Germany to take attitudes and economic conditions into account, or do you expect they're more like?
I mean, I think our results kind of make a very clear point in that direction, but I think politically that wouldn't be realistic. And when we look at this backup envelope allocations, actually these are lower bound estimates, but annual benefits to the public finance is relatively huge. But again, I think politically that's not very likely to happen.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Have like 2-3 more minutes. I think
let's move to the.
Yes, if not, I think I would suggest to move on. So thank you very much for this very insightful and interesting presentation.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
And so next on would be Ji-Yeon Hong presenting on, again, a presentation on refugee attitudes and specifically whether the experience of war in the past affects the host communities' attitude, reaction to refugee inflows in the setting of South Korea. And Ji-Yeon Hong is an assistant professor at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? And then, am I showing my slide well? Okay. All right. Let me just make it a full screen. Good. Uh-oh. Is it full screen now or?
No.
No, okay. Let me just do this. Okay. Thanks for nice introduction. I'm very honored to actually present this paper with a lot of other interesting papers by great scholars. So again, this paper might be a little refreshment because it's the context is South Korea, which often the refugee studies haven't studied much. So hope that refreshes you too. This is a co-authored work with Cecilia Mo at Berkeley and also Christopher Pegg at NYU Abu Dhabi. All right, so okay, sorry about the technological. How can usually it's quite late here, so I'm presenting from my home, and this is kind of unusual setting for me. So again, very sorry for the. But can you see the slides well? Then I'll. Okay. I don't have to re-emphasize that to this group of people, but refugee crisis has been a global issue, and it's increasingly difficult and very hard to fix. But as all the presentations for the past few days and today have shown, the burden has been carried by a few advanced economy, especially Germany or Turkey. Very few countries have been taking a lot of burden. So, and then the other countries, although they are sort of economically advanced and have very good institutions and human rights perception, many countries have been kind of set back and didn't engage much in the refugee crisis. And obviously, South Korea is one of those countries. And alarming pattern we have been seeing in South Korea, but to some extent also in Japan and China as well, is that although they have accepted very, very few refugees, the anti-refugee sentiment is also very large there. So our research question we have in this project is what kind of strategies can reduce those anti-refugee sentiment in the context where in the countries where they haven't accepted many refugees actually or asylum seekers. And in the context of Korea, about 70 years ago, about 2 to 3 generations before, it had a very large civil war, which killed millions of people, the Korean War. So whether you or your family had a past experience of war, does it affect your openness to the refugees today. So that's the overall research question. We're not the first one, of course, maybe on Korean context, yes, but there are other scholars have studied similar research questions. So I think the closest one is by Dinas and Fuka, which was published at Journal of Politics recently. They asked similar question in the context of Greece. So they found people have family members who had a war experience have more sympathetic or empathetic attitude toward the refugees today. And also another paper by Adida et al. They did perspective taking exercise. So they asked people to think about the asylum seekers situation, and if you were in the situation, what do you think is the most difficult thing you will face, etc. So those kind of perspective taking exercise, does that make people more sympathetic to refugees? On the other hand, some other scholars argue that giving accurate information about refugees and refugee taking might help people have reduce their threat concept and be more acceptant about refugees. In the context of South Korea, as I briefly mentioned, it has been overall very detached from refugee crisis, global refugee crisis. But in 2018, there was a event which I'm going to describe a little more in detail soon. There was an event that aroused a lot of salience of this issue in South Korea. And another context is that as I mentioned before, the country had experienced a massive civil war about 7 decades ago, and a lot of and then that event had been sort of one of the dominant factor in the politics of South Korea ever since. So the tension, the war itself hasn't been practically ended, so it's still in armistice status, and the North Korean threat is always there. So those political circumstances of Korea have always reminded people of war and then the Korean War experience. So some historians describe that the Korean War never ended and pretty much is ongoing in people's mind in Korea. And so, but the war experience itself might be a little different from individual to individual. So some families may have their ancestors dead because of North Korean attack or killings by the South Korean government. And what the specific war experience that we are focusing on in this paper is the kind of forced displacement by North Korean regime, those people who had to move to South Korea because of the persecution by the communist regime at the time. So these are many of landlords, families or Christian families. Those were basically persecuted massively in the northern part of the territory, and then they had to move to South Korea, southern part of the territory during the just before or during the Korean War, and they were never be able to go back to their hometown. They are in Korean. They are called 실향민, which literally means who lost their hometown. So these are one of the groups that we are trying to look at in this experimental in this survey experiment study. Okay, so The overall refugee acceptance in South Korea is quite recent and also very, in terms of number, it's very few. So there were about 40,000 applicants, asylum seekers, and only 2% of them, so about 830 people, have been accepted as refugee for the past 3 decades. And although Korea accepted all the international laws related to refugees, the overall acceptance rate by the government is like one of the lowest in the world. And then what happened in 2018 was there were about 500 Yemenis refugees who were in Malaysia at the time, using the visa waiver policy, which as the sort of window, and then they flew to a small tourist island in Korea called Jeju Island. And then this alerted the citizens and the government a lot. So the government revoked the visa waiver to Yemeni citizens right away. But still, these 500 Yemenis who arrived in Jeju Island were a huge political, were in huge political debate at the time. Very quickly, there were a series of protests or demonstrations by people who are against the refugees, accepting the refugee in Korea. And then they were also countered by a much smaller size but pro-refugee protest. And there is a petition site for, like, very similar to the White House petition site for the presidential office, to the presidential office. And there were a petition against the refugee, which I translated the title here. And then this has been, this petition was supported by 700,000 people, South Korean citizens, and then this was among the most supported petition in the history of this petition website. So you can see the refugee issue became very salient in the country, and then also a lot of people, more people were against accepting refugees rather than being sympathetic or supporting the acceptance. However, historically, South Korea used to be the origin of refugees. The Korean War left a lot of refugees, mostly domestic refugees, during the wartime, and even after the war, a lot of war orphans had to. They basically moved to U.S. or European countries to find new families. So our survey design sort of used this unique setup of the country, and then reminding the respondents or subjects about the refugee history that we had, the country had in 70 years ago. How does that affect their attitude? Okay. So we conduct a survey experiment asking the shared experience, the similar experience that the respondent's family had, as well, not just war experience, but also the displacement experience. And how does that affect the attitude of the attitude toward the refugees today, and then the government policy? And then we also test whether the providing information would change the attitude. So we provide two different types of information. One is how South Korea underperformed in terms of refugee crisis, reacting to refugee crisis compared to other advanced countries. And the other was the economic cost that a lot of people are worried about. So actually, we use a actual study published in Science Advance that refugee in the long run is not economically costly to the society. Okay. So, so we took online survey experiment, which was conducted in April of 2019. We used the largest survey firm in the country. With the subjects were 2,000 respondents. We used the region, age, and gender quota. And we have 4 different vignettes, 3 vignettes and 1 control group, and then each group was divided into 2, and then one group did perspective taking exercise, and the other half didn't. So in conclusion, there are 8 groups, 3 different vignettes, and perspective taking or not. And vignettes, as I explained, one is emphasizing the shared experience of war between South Korea and the today's refugee, and the other is providing economic information that the taking refugee does not burden the country too much. And then finally, the relative performance of Korea in refugee acceptance. So sorry. As I mentioned before, overall, it's confirmed from our survey respondent that overall people are against taking refugees. So we asked the entire respondents whether do you think the number of refugees from foreign countries, it's actually a separate question. There is one question about immigrants, there is another question about refugees. So do you think refugees from foreign countries permitted to stay in Korea should increase or decrease? And then as you see here, most of the people support decrease or stay the same. And then refugees are viewed as a threat to the country's culture or the safety or even national security. So the overall view about refugee among South Korean population is quite negative, as you see. And then there is a religious elements as well. So we don't have it here, but when we see by group, the Christian respondents are more against the refugees, to see refugees as from a religious perspective more strongly. And then females have stronger anti-refugee sentiment as well. So these are our vignettes. So the first shared experience vignette basically emphasized what's happening to refugees today is very similar to what happened to Korea. And we also mentioned that Korea had a lot of help from foreign countries and to arouse more empathy toward today's refugees. And Koreans are overall very sensitive about like comparing the country to other countries. So our first information vignette is about like how little Korea is doing compared to other OECD, other advanced countries around the world about the refugee crisis. And this was our vignette. And then the final information vignette is about economic information that taking refugees are actually can be helpful for the long-term growth of the economy. That's the last one, and then then there is a control group didn't get any messages. And then each of these groups were divided into 2 groups, and then one group take a perspective taking exercise where we ask questions. What would you take? Would you if you have to leave the country as a refugee, and then where would you like to go or and stay? And then what do you think will be your biggest challenge if you become a refugee leaving the country? And then the final element that we use in analysis is after doing all the experiment and then after asking all the questions about individual traits, we ask almost at the end of the survey, we ask whether you yourself experienced the war or your family member, parents, direct family member, parents, siblings, or grandparents were victimized by the Korean War. So this is a war experience question, and we have information about the hometown of the respondent. So you can if your family is from North Korea, the territory that belongs to North Korea today, there's a question that asks you or your parents where they were born. We use this question as a measure for the displaced population from North Korea. Okay. I'll given the time. So we first let me show you whether our vignettes worked. So we conduct a couple of manipulation check. As you see here, the shared experience, the message overall. Then the question that we use to check whether the manipulation worked is the question do you think Korea suffered more than other countries historically? And then the group that got the shared experience message that compares Korea's experience with the current refugees experience overall have lower less likely to answer yes to this question. Okay, for the underperformance question, underperformance vignette, we use the question that we asked do you know how many asylum seekers Korea accepted historically? We added this question as a knowledge check question, and the accuracy when the group that was treated with the vignette that emphasized the underperformance of the country. So vast majority of people overestimated the Koreans' acceptance rate. They think Korea accepted like 20%, 50%. Many of them answered that way, but these group that were treated with the underperformance message have much higher accuracy in terms of the Korea's historical acceptance rate of asylum seekers. And finally, the economic information, when there's a question about whether you think refugees can help the economy in the long run, and the group that got the economic information vignette have a much higher probability of saying yes to this question as well. All right, so our results are sort of summarized in these 2 figures. Overall, the messages, the treatment work quite well, but the shared experience message, the sympathy treatment, we call it sympathy treatment in the paper, was most effective. And if we look at the group who experienced the Korean War and then who were displaced by the war, they were the group who experienced Korean War were actually more negative toward refugees. And the group who were displaced by from the North Korean territory were more, it's not significant here, but more positive, have more positive attitude toward refugees. So to clarify, among 2,000 people, 2,000 respondents, about 50% of the respondents say yes to the war experience. So either you or your family were victimized by the Korean War. So that's 50%. And then the share of the population who moved from North Korea, who were displaced from North Korea, was about 5% of the entire respondents. Okay, so this is much smaller group of to compare to this one, and this group is actually the displacement group is actually part of the overall war experience group. So all the people who were who moved from North Korea said yes to the war experience question, which makes sense. And when we subdivided this group, treatment into different subgroups. So the first is overall treatment effect. And then the second one is interaction with the war experience. So about 50% of the survey, the respondents. And then the final set of results is by the interacted with the displaced respondents, who North Korean defectors in an easier term, historical North Korean defectors. And as you see, overall, the effect is positive, but what clearly show is that the shared experience message have a most significant effect among the displaced group. So when you or your family had an experience of forced displacement from North Korea, and then the shared experience message works really effectively. Overall, but it's not as, the effect is not as strong among the group which just experienced the Korean War. And what we also found was the perspective taking, unlike the Adida et al. Paper, was not very effective, did not have any significant effect in our overall study. And then in the paper, we discussed the reason in a quite long length. All right. So, and then we delve into some of the causal mechanisms that can possibly explain the result, which for the sake of time, I'll skip. So in conclusion, we find that South Koreans are in general against the refugees settling down in the country, and then the baseline acceptance of baseline levels of refugee acceptance among those people who indicated their family had a war experience is even lower than the general population who doesn't have any link to the war experience. However, we found the types of war experience matters. So when your war experience include forced displacement, we find they are overall much more open-minded to refugees or taking refugees during this global crisis. At the same time, they are more effectively affected by the sympathetic messages that link the refugees today to their own historical experience and family experience. Thank you so much. And I'm very sorry again about the technical glitch.
Thank you very much for this very insightful perspective on refugee attitudes. Maybe in the meantime, so there's only a pointer in the chat, which you can read later to another paper.
Okay.
Since there's no other question, maybe one from my side in the meantime. To which extent do you think the South Korean setting is special, or do you think like your findings would translate well to another setting like Africa or so, where a large share of the population has experience with past like war and displacement?
I think that's a very good and important question. I think the specialty of South Korea is economically, at least, it's ready and then capable of helping a lot of refugees. But it's the barrier has been the cultural issue, because a lot of crisis the refugee crisis is happening in countries far away from the country, and then it's culturally very different population. So what we have focused, that might be different context from Africa. So in the study, like what we focused on is how to make a sort of link, like sympathy link or empathy link between the Korean population and then the current refugees today, as the sort of based on human rights, based on general universal rights, etc. But other war experience contexts, I think that's definitely applicable to other civil war torn countries. Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Great. Maybe like 1 minute left. See if another question pops up. Yes.
Thanks for suggesting papers. I'll on the chat box, we'll definitely cite these papers. Yeah.
Great, nice, perfect. Yes, then thank you again very much for your talk. I will then hand over to the next presentation, which is on aid, and especially how we can use aid to affect attitudes towards refugees in host communities in Uganda. And it will be presented to us by Olivia Werdemikael and Thomas Jin. Olivia is a PhD candidate at Harvard University, and Thomas is a research fellow at the Center for Global Development. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Does this work?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm presenting our paper, Can Aid Change Attitudes Towards Refugees? Experimental Evidence from Uganda. And this is a co-authored project with Travis Bosler, who's also here and in the chat to answer any questions, Thomas Ginn, who's going to be co-presenting with me, Robert Hakiza, Didi Ogude as well. And so before starting off, I want to say thanks to everyone here, and thanks to those who funded our project, FCDO, the World Bank, UNHCR, and Innovations for Poverty Action, and also issued the disclaimer that this work doesn't necessarily represent their views. So our project is motivated by this idea that there are policies that can raise aggregate welfare, but might create winners and losers, so they might not be politically feasible to implement. And even if some of these gains could be redistributed to compensate the losers, that still might not persuade them to support such a policy. Giving refugees the right to work is an example of this problem. And the Global Compact on Refugees encapsulates this bargain, in which host governments and host communities grant refugees inclusive rights, such as allowing labor market access, and in return, they receive a portion of the aid to relieve part of the pressures of hosting. And even in the short term, receiving this aid and the long-term benefits of incorporating refugees into the labor market might still not be enough to persuade citizens who often hold anti-refugee or anti-immigrant attitudes to grant refugees these rights. And so we take as our starting point that aid could be a potential lever to influence host attitudes. And we know that when host communities are excluded from programs and benefits for refugees, this can negatively affect their support for refugees and create jealousies and resentments. We also know that there are many programs that already exist that target refugees and the host communities, but might not make these messages or these links with refugees explicit for the recipients. While we believe aid could be used to positively influence attitudes, it could also be the case that making this link more explicit might crowd out some of the altruistic motivations for hosting, or even backfire, as host citizens might see refugee hosting contingent on continued aid. So our project today asks the question, does connecting aid to hosts with refugee presence and hosting shift host community attitudes? And in order to test this question, we designed an RCT with small business owners in Kampala, Uganda. We have 3 treatment arms and a control group. So the first treatment is a cash grant of $140, so that's equivalent to about 3 months of profit. The second is a short conversation with no material benefits exchanged about how aid is shared with the host communities in Uganda, as well as a perspective-taking exercise, which we know all about from Jean's presentation. And then we have a group in which these 2 treatments are layered. So the business owner receives the grant, and that's linked to this inclusive message. And that makes this shared aid policy both more credible and visible. And we find that all of these treatments increase support for inclusive policies, including the right to work for refugees and supporting Uganda and continuing to host. The largest effects we found were on this last group, the combination of the grant plus the information. Though we were also interested in economic outcomes like business profits and survival, we measured very few effects in these areas, and that could be potentially due to COVID and business closures and restrictions, as many of our interventions were started in early 2020. And the main takeaway from our study is that giving aid to the host community members, coupled with giving refugees access to the labor market, could help facilitate a transition from exclusionary and short-term humanitarian aid to long-term social and economic integration within the host society. As part of our study, we additionally had part of our sample randomized into a mentorship treatment. Well, I'm not going to spend too much time on this today. I just wanted to go through part of the study. So these were additional arms to test certain conditions of the contact hypothesis, whether contact with a refugee that was economically beneficial for a host community member could increase support for refugee inclusion. And so we followed the model of a study in Nairobi, Kenya, in which an experienced mentor is matched to a less experienced business owner in the same sector. And we assigned both refugees as mentors, taking advantage of this perception that refugees have expertise in certain sectors, as well as Ugandans as mentors. And all the mentees were our sample of Ugandan business owners. And in practice, this mentorship looked like weekly meetings in person where the two business owners would come together. But unfortunately, we had to suspend many of these interventions early on and resume later on over the phone a year later. Still, we found positive effects on support for inclusive policies, equivalent to some of our other groups, but lower than our main treatment, the cash and information. We also didn't measure effects on profit or other business outcomes from these interventions. As I said, today, we're not really going to go through this, but we have a more detailed description and results in the paper. So our study contributes to ongoing and active debates. The first literature we contribute to are these effects of economic aid programs on attitudes. And it pairs nicely with finding that Yang presented earlier in the conference that simply livelihoods programs that emphasize contact but without these explicit messages might not really change social cohesion. So in our study, we explicitly link aid with these inclusive messages. We also contribute to work on perspective taking, non-judgmental listening, and these other types of persuasion techniques to change people's attitudes towards migrants. And in addition to these techniques, we also add aid and material benefits. So now getting more into the details of our study, we choose the context of Uganda, which is the largest refugee hosting country in Africa, with 1.5 million refugees, mostly from Congo and South Sudan. And these are primarily hosted in remote settlements in the border. Refugees there are given generous rights, the freedom to move and settle where they wish, to work, and to start businesses. And as well in Uganda, 30% of refugee aid is to be shared with the host communities. And in the capital city, the context of our study, there are 100,000 refugees, but there are far fewer aid programs there, and knowledge about this aid sharing program is more limited. So our goal was to add this social cohesion message of inclusion on top of an effective livelihoods program. For this reason, we chose micro entrepreneurs as our sample. And this is a very common profession in Uganda, and also one in which many refugees participate in. So our sample consists of salons and tailors, and those are also industries where many refugees have businesses and hosts might feel crowded out. And choosing this population allows us to both study outcomes on economic outcomes on firms, as well as policy preferences and attitudes. And our sample consists of 1,406 inexperienced Ugandan business owners, and we drew these from a larger sample of over 3,400 firms from market dense and refugee dense areas across Kampala. And now I'm handing it over to Thomas.
Great, thank you so much, Olivia. So I'll pick this up on outlining our timeline here. So we started by launching the baseline in November of 2019, and then started our interventions in the early stage of 2020, which obviously in retrospect was not a great time to be launching an RCT. So at the time that we had to suspend because of COVID, we had distributed about 33% of these grants, and all of that work was in person. So then we were able to recontact our sample in November 2020 over the phone survey, and then relaunch the interventions at the beginning of 2021, but converting all of these interventions to phone discussions and mobile money. We recontacted everybody, including the people who had already received the grants, but only distributed a grant once to everybody in the arms that were getting cash. So then about 3 months after that second wave of interventions, we were able to do an in-person inline, and then we have plans to go back next month to do a longer term follow-up with the same population. Great. So zooming in on the program and exactly what we did, this information script was a bundle of different things. It was about 15 minutes long. One of those things was contact, but that's not the main part of what we're looking at. And so half of our enumerators were refugees, but half of them were Ugandans. So that's not kind of the full story of what's going on here with the information component. Part of what the information script was introduced the implementing partner here, which was a refugee-led organization. So the idea here was that by partnering with a refugee-led organization that was very visible in the community, that hosts would have a better idea of seeing kind of the contributions that refugees are making, and to make the kind of idea of this kind of aid sharing more salient. Then we went through these non-judgmental listening and perspective-taking exercises that, again, have shown promise in maybe not all contexts, but in some contexts before. And then the last component was explaining this policy that Uganda's had in place for a while, that 30% of assistance coming through the refugee response should go to the host communities. And so in the information script, we talked about some of the social services that this has contributed to. And in the treatment arm where they got cash directly, we connected this cash directly to this policy as a reason that this cash was flowing to them. And so the cash component of this project in 2020, 60% of the $140 at least was kind of in kind, where we would purchase business assets with the recipient in order to kind of be consistent with some of the literature on the flypaper effect, that it would stick to businesses better. But in 2021, given the need to transition to remote implementation, we just transferred the full amount via mobile money. Great, so a quick word on the design and the empirics. So for each of our treatment arms in the control, the sample size here is between 237 and 287. And across both waves of that implementation, we were implementing between 78 and 90% of take-up within each treatment arm. Then when we went to follow up with our sample, we achieved 77% follow-up on average, which we were thrilled about given the massive interruptions over COVID and over a long time period. The results that I'll show you here are intent to treat estimates. We use an ENCOVA specification with the double lasso method to select the controls. We ask these questions in terms of Likert scale, so a 5-point scale on whether you strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree. And then for interpretation, we've converted these to binary outcomes. And then we also have measures that are summary indices that were pre-specified. In order to mitigate some concerns around multiple hypothesis testing, we also present the sharpened Q values in the paper. And again, everything that we're presenting here is pre-specified in our analysis plan. Great, so who are we working with here? Our sample is 68% women. They are on average 27 years old with 2 years of business experience. We were intentionally targeting inexperienced businesses in line with the mentorship arms of the study. And so on average, 2 years of business experience across the sample. They have about $40 US in monthly profit. And again, the cash component of the project was about 3.5 times this amount. And so looking at baseline attitudes towards the main part that we're interested in, 18% are aware of this kind of aid sharing between from the refugee response. So 18% in this context. And so thinking about baseline attitudes here, when we ask a very broad question around general support, 72% report receptivity and agreement with that Uganda should host refugees. When we start asking about more specific policies like accepting more refugees, the right to work and freedom of movement, this falls to between 50 and 60%, which may be higher than in other contexts, but still leaves a fair amount of room for attitudes to shift. Great. So looking into our main results here. So the overarching message here is that we did find increased support for inclusive refugee policy. So looking at those different components that I just mentioned, so support, hosting, right to work, freedom of movement, and accepting more refugees here. In the first row is our cash and information treatment. And the way to interpret the first 4 columns is, again, in terms of percentage points. These are Likert variables that we asked converted to binary outcomes. And so this is a 14.6 percentage point increase in the likelihood of reporting agreement with supporting hosting. Similarly, a 13 percentage point increase in the right to work. We don't see anything on freedom of movement. We do see increased acceptance of more refugees coming. And then we aggregate these into a policy preference index that is, again, interpreted in terms of standard deviations and see a substantial effect. In the next set, next to the cash group, this is our cash only group, where we didn't make the kind of message explicit around the refugee component of where the assistance came from. But you can see that we also saw positive effects on support for hosting, on the right to work, and on our policy index overall. Now, this is statistically less than the cash and information group, but still really interesting. And we think that part of what's going on here is that respondents were familiar with our implementing partner who works with refugees and the host community, Yared. And so they were still aware that this cash came through the refugee response. And so that it's consistent with our mechanism, but less than the group that we made this fully explicit for. Similarly, on the information arm, we also see some positive effects, especially when you aggregate this up into our policy index. And again, kind of part of what's we believe going on here is these components around the kind of non-judgmental listening, potentially the information, but the bundle of treatments that we kind of packed into our 15-minute conversation. And so a little bit more evidence consistent with those mechanisms. So in the first column, this is again about whether they know that the international donations are shared with Ugandans. And again, we see a substantial increase in the cash and information group. We also see that increase in the cash group. And so we think this is kind of consistent with our mechanism. When we look at other outcomes, we also see positive effects on whether they think that the refugees have a positive effect on the Ugandan economy overall. Again, highest magnitude in the cash and information group. When we ask whether refugees have a positive effect on culture, we don't see very much. Okay, I mean, and you can kind of rationalize that by that not being a kind of major part of our message here. But we do see when we look at a social proximity index around whether you're willing to have a refugee as your neighbor, as even marry a refugee, we see substantial effects on the cash information group that suggest there's still some kind of social component here that's moving alongside the other kind of economic margins of beliefs about refugees. Then again, kind of thinking about our broader framing here about kind of the political economy of assistance, we've looked at the satisfaction with your local politician, your members of parliament. These effects, we don't see statistically effects on members of parliament. We do see weekly statistically significant effects on your satisfaction with local politicians. And so an area to follow up on in future work. So again, the last part of what Olivia had framed in our general project here is looking at projects that we could add a social cohesion message onto effective livelihood programs was kind of our overall goal. And we were motivated by the large literature on cash grants to small businesses that largely finds positive substantial effects on small businesses. And so that's not what we are picking up here across kind of a range of economic outcomes, business survival, profit, total household income, and again, a kind of general index. So part of that explanation, again, might be the massive interruptions of COVID across this full sample, and that just kind of dwarfs any treatment effects here. But it's also consistent that some of the literature has found weaker effects among women-owned businesses. And given that 68% of our sample are women-owned businesses, that's potentially one explanation here. But those are the results, and hopefully that we can still find programs that would be consistent with moving economic and social margins jointly. Zooming in just a little bit more, when we look at heterogeneity of the treatment effects on inclusion, we find that this is stronger among those who are less supportive at baseline, which we think makes a lot of sense. Again, we think that part of this mechanism is just experience and familiarity with the refugee-led organization. Also, when we look at the mentorship component, we see even mentorship by Ugandans has shifted attitude towards refugees a little bit. And so again, we think that this is coming because people are familiar just with Yared's good work in the community more broadly, and that kind of makes them more receptive toward refugees, and just kind of a reason to partner with many of the refugee-led organizations that are doing fantastic work. One concern that we had going into this was around social desirability. So given that we've got this kind of campaign and a very clear message, that maybe our respondents just kind of want to reflect that back to us and feel that they don't want to disappoint us by kind of not being as responsive, receptive toward refugees, especially after we've given them cash. And so we have a number of different things we do to try to look at this, and we find kind of not much evidence that this is a salient feature here. So we try to emphasize the independence of the survey firm. We have a donation behavioral measure that's consistent with our other findings. We have a survey experiment where we prime the respondents to think about the past assistance that they've received and don't find any effect on the reporting of attitudes. And we've got a few other measures that we're excited about in progress, in conjunction with our longer term follow-up that again is launching soon, fingers crossed. Great, and so just our kind of main takeaways here. So we think that aid to host communities, but especially with the right messaging, is a really promising avenue to more widely increase support for refugees' labor market access. And we see this kind of broadly as a potential tool to help achieve the noble aims of the Global Compact on refugees that was signed in 2018. And we see our project as kind of providing evidence that at the individual level, that host communities are willing to make the same bargain that their governments and countries have been promising on a national level, and for implementing partners that this is a way to kind of facilitate this, and a low-cost addition to many of ongoing programs that work with refugees and host communities. And so thinking about kind of the broader macro picture, it's not necessarily that aid to hosts would have to be additional in the long run. That we think about kind of greater labor market access, as we saw in Sandra's paper earlier, can facilitate greater self-reliance for displaced populations, especially in protracted situations, and reduce the need for lower return humanitarian aid like rations and camps in really remote areas, and kind of allow some of this assistance to be reallocated over time for donors who are forward-looking and willing to invest in social cohesion at the beginning of a kind of refugee event. And so finally, I'll put in a pitch here that we are interested in trying this in other contexts. And so organizations that might be interested in this, we hope you'll reach out. And thank you very much for the organizers and for listening. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Thomas and Olivia. Very interesting and great that you were able to pull this off during this difficult times, especially for field work. Yes, let's see if there's some questions popping up in the chat.
Oh, we'd especially put a plug. If anyone's got any ideas, reach out. We're about to launch our second inline survey. So we'd love to hear from anybody that's got kind of additional outcomes or possible mechanisms that that they think would be interesting here. We're in the middle of designing that. So thanks again.
Hey, maybe just a quick question from my side then. Do you think the recipients, like the individual characteristics of the recipients, are important? Like you chose a specific subset of the population. Would you think this would work for other subsets as well?
So, I mean, I'll start jumping in and answering that. I mean, I think, you know, part of the reason that we chose this population was in the context of Uganda's aid sharing policy, which other countries are adapting. I know Jordan specifically has moved toward that, but not other countries necessarily. But we chose an area in Kampala where there were a substantial number of refugees, but where aid had not been kind of as consistent. So certainly it's a unique sample as any kind of, you know, work with, you know, singular like randomized control trials would be. Again, we think that, you know, our sample of about 50% of people who kind of support these populations leave some kind of room for, you know, attitudes to shift. So, you know, I think that it's backed up in other contexts around the non-judgmental listening and the perspective taking to some extent. And so, you know, I think we're optimistic that it could work in other contexts. When we look at heterogeneity within our sample, we don't see any differences between like men and women or by baseline profits or anything like that. And so, you know, that suggests that this might be a more substantial feature, just targeting those people who might be more, you know, kind of less receptive at baseline. But we don't kind of have any other evidence to suggest that it wouldn't work any other place, I guess is the best way that I could frame the answer there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe like a very related question was asked by Yang Su. She asked whether you also try to run a program in rural hosting areas, especially in the Northwest, and whether you expect the results to be similar, or whether you think you would need to adapt the program somehow.
I can start with this question. I think in the rural areas or the settlement areas that have been hosting refugees for a long time, there's a lot more knowledge about these aid sharing programs, and host communities, as well as the local host governments there, have seen the tangible benefits. So we chose Kampala because it is one of the places in Uganda that has less of these programs and less messaging. I think part of the like harmonious relationship between refugees and host communities in Uganda could be in part because of the way this aid sharing has been implemented there in the rural settlements.
Thank you. Great. Perfect. I think we are right on time. Thank you very much again, Olivia and Thomas, and also thank you very much to all the other presenters, Sergey, Tivan, and Young. I think this was a very interesting session. We have a 15-minute break now where we can digest all the ideas and thoughts. And then we will move on to another keynote by Ana Maria Ibanez. So yeah, enjoy and have a nice rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Hi, Agnes. Can you hear me? Can I start now?
We can hear you, Andres.
Okay.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. Thank you so much. So everybody, thank you for being with us here today and throughout the conference. And thank you especially to JDC for organizing this conference. It's my great pleasure to introduce Ana Maria Ibanez. Ana Maria is a principal advisor at the Inter-American Development Bank. She coordinates all the knowledge agenda that's being developed at the bank right now, including some groundbreaking work on displacement in Latin America. She's also a full professor on leave and a former dean of economics at the school at the Universidad de los Andes in Colombia. On a personal note, I'm very excited to have Ana Maria here. I started my career as a research assistant for Ana Maria back in 2004, I think. Ana Maria is actually the one of the persons that motivated me to go into a PhD and has supported me throughout my career. So I'm grateful and indebted to her and her support. She's also one of the nicest persons I've ever met. But also from an academic perspective, Ana Maria, I can say without a doubt, is a trailblazer. I think it's very nice that we here are convening for the second time to talk about forced displacement over 3 days, that we have kind of a growing community of people that are interested in these topics, that are working hard to gather more data, knowledge, and evidence so that we can support and improve the lives of thousands of millions of displaced persons worldwide. And it's nice to see that this is happening now. It's nice to see all the interest. It wasn't the case before, and for many years, displacement was sort of a neglected topic, especially in economics. And this is unfortunate. But Ana Maria actually started working on this back in early 2000. In 2002, she collected the first data that was collected, microdata in Colombia, a survey on displaced populations and non-displaced populations, trying to understand drivers of displacement and the consequences of displacement. Then in 2004, she collected the first nationally representative survey for displaced persons in Colombia that has been used in different papers, that has been used in different policy studies. And actually, she has made substantial contributions not only in academia, but also to policy making. If you go and look all the different rulings by the Constitutional Court in Colombia, all the different laws, for instance, the victims law that Paula Gaviria was mentioning 2 days ago, you always find references to her work. So Ana Maria actually has been a pioneer in all these studies. And I think it's fitting for this conference that we're ending on a high note and having her here. So without further ado, Ana Maria, the floor is yours, and thank you for accepting the invitation to be here, and it's an honor to have you.
Andres, thank you very much for your really generous and kind words. I'm really excited to be here. Let me share my screen. So first, I would like to congratulate the organizers of the event, the Joint Data Center on Forced Displacement, the World Bank, and I mind dear Universidad de los Andes for organizing this event. And also thank you for inviting me to present today. I'm deeply honored and happy to be sharing this event with Andres, with whom I have worked for so many years already. I have been greatly enjoying the 3 days of the conference. It is really exciting to hear young scholars presenting rigorous and relevant research, the innovations on data collections and data use, and the policy discussion. During my last 23 years, I started working on displacement in 1999. I have been doing research on forced migration, and it really fills me with hope to know that so many intelligent people are putting their hearts and minds to help improve the lives of forced migrants. which is ultimately what we want to do with this research and with these types of events. So protecting forced migrant is one of the main development challenges today. It has been quite evident throughout the 3 days that this is the case. And we have heard over and over again during the conference that the extent and intensification of forced migration. Today, we have 92 million people that have been forcefully displaced, or that have been forced to migrate worldwide. And 58% of these are internally displaced persons, which is about 48 million. And what in fact this graph shows is that this increasing trend is largely driven by internally displaced persons. Differently than refugees, who are under the protection of the international community and international organizations, the protection of IDPs is really the sole responsibility of the national governments, which renders them more vulnerable given that their countries are, in the first place, facing war, conflict, and intense violence, and that's why they became displaced in the first place. So the challenges to assist internal displaced populations and help them recover from the shock brought by forced migration are manifold. And from years of trials on public policies and research, we know that we require at least like 4 dimensions that are very important and where we still have a lot of knowledge to gather and to collect. The first one is that definitely policies need to move beyond humanitarian assistance to development aid. What we have found so far after many decades is that displaced and refugees are highly reliant on government aid, and they are not able to really recover their capacity to generate income, to be independent, and to not need this government aid. Secondly, really we need governments, we require governments and international organizations to design comprehensive policies and legal frameworks. And I stress legal frameworks because it's very important to protect IDPs and the refugees with a legal framework, and you will see in a bit why I say that. And of course, implementing evidence-based policy and programs to promote the recovery of economic, social, and psychological capacities of the IDP is crucial. So we really need this evidence to design policies that are quite challenging and programs that are quite challenging because it's not a traditional development program. And ultimately, what we want is to aim for the successful integration into the host communities of the population. There is no doubt that the challenges are really enormous because there is not a one-fit-all solution. Context matters, and it matters a lot. But we really need then policymakers, practitioners, victim organizations, researchers, and other organizations to work together to improve the life of forced migrants. So the purpose of the paper that I'm going to present today seeks to contribute to the literature that we have on forced displacement and especially on internal displacement by reviewing really a salient case study of forced migration, which is Colombia. We discussed forced displacement in the country, the response of the state, and the contribution of the academic community to refine the policies to protect the IDP population. And I must confess that we decided to write this paper when the GDC decided to organize this conference in Colombia. By that time, we hoped that it was going to be not virtual, but that we will all be in Colombia, but unfortunately, we could not do it. But that's why we decided to write this paper, and I'm so glad really that Andres proposed the idea and pushed us forward. And we decided to write this review because we believe Colombia really provides consequential lessons to other countries with high flows of internally displaced persons, of refugees. And why is that so? First, Colombia has the largest internally displaced population in the world. We have about 8 million people that have been displaced since 1985. And this is because the country has faced 2 large waves of displacement during the 20th century. And this has led to a rich experience crafting policies to protect the IDP population. But I must stress that to protect the IDP population in receiving destinations and not so in hometowns, so not to prevent displacement. In parallel, what we have seen is that the government, researchers, and practitioners have collected several micro-level datasets. So it has been policy that has been informed by data and by quantitative and qualitative analysis that has been done by social researchers for many decades. And this data has been designed for policy planning and research. So interestingly, we have a long process of trial and error in policy making that has been fed from the academic research of social scientists and several organizations, but also, and very importantly so, us as academic researchers have fed also from the policy questions that policymakers have posed. So Colombia, sadly for us Colombians, is a policy lab from which we draw lessons that can inform other countries that are facing similar processes. For displacement, like in many other countries facing conflict, is a deliberate war strategy of armed groups to further their war objectives. It's seldom the case that forced displacement is an unintended byproduct of violence, but most of the times it's a deliberate war strategy of armed groups. And given the pervasive conflict in Colombia, we have suffered two large waves of forced displacement, as I already mentioned, in the 20th century and now in the 21st century. The first wave happened between 1948 and 1958, and it displaced around 10% of the population, and this might be really an underestimation because the data by that time is not really good. And the current one has displaced 16% of the Colombian population. To further their objectives, some groups target civilians, and as I say, they target civilians deliberately. And this is unfortunately a very effective strategy for armed groups to strengthen their territorial strongholds. Territorial control is crucial in an armed conflict. To seize valuable assets from the civilian population for the loot, but also to fund the war activities. And in the case of Colombia, they have seized valuable assets such as land in a massive way. It's also effective to prevent civil resistance by violently controlling the population and also to weaken the support of the population to the opponent groups. But attacks to the population are not only a war strategy, but armed groups many times deliberately attack certain groups of the population. So violence is not indiscriminate. It's targeted to some specific groups to really further the war objectives that they are looking for. So in a data that we collected with Stephanie Engel in 1999, we found that this was the case. And we found that the displaced in Colombia were mainly rural population, and this is because the war was happening in rural areas, but also that landowners were targeted, mostly informal ones, but not necessarily with the smaller land plots. And this is related to seizing land. Community leaders were attacked disproportionately, and this is because they are highly visible in the community, and thus attacking them steals figures in the population, and it's easier to control the population. And also households with dense social networks and therefore more visible in the community. Therefore, the lion's share of the death in most armed conflicts are civilians and not combatants. And Colombia is not the exception. A report by the Centro Nacional de Memoria Histórica shows that 82% of total conflict-related deaths were civilians and not combatants. And also victimization was massive in Colombia. We have 9.2 million officially recognized victims, currently recognized by the government through the victims law. And this implies that a little more than 1 out of every 6 Colombians are today victims of conflict. And the great majority of those are internally displaced persons, which are rightfully recognized as victims by the victims law passed in 2011. The extent of victimization of the displaced population suffered is significant. In a survey we did in 2005 with Klaus Deininger, Andres Moya, and Paulo Querubin, we inquired about the immediate cause of displacement. And the figures are staggering. 55% of the displaced moved because they received a direct threat. 35% had been victims of homicide. Some household members had been killed, and that's why they displaced. 36% because they left because of an armed confrontation in their hometown, and 21% because of a massacre. So the IDPs not only has had to face all the trauma that fleeing hastily implies, but also were direct victims of violence in large numbers. So around 85% of displaced of the population in Colombia, of displaced population in Colombia, moved as a reaction to a direct victimization, while 15% migrated to prevent being a victim of migration in the future. And differently than in other countries that are facing forced migration, migration in Colombia is not geographically clustered and confined just at some regions of the country. As you can see in this map, it is widespread in the Colombian territory. And what you can see is that all Colombian municipalities have had a forced displacement. And also differently than most countries with forced migration, people migrate mostly individually and do not locate in camps, which makes it very difficult and a challenge for the provision of aid, but it's hugely important for migrants to be able to integrate into their host community. The empirical evidence on the consequences of forced displacement in Colombia is ample. Forced displacement seems to thrust IDP into poverty. In this graph, what we do is that we use data from different sources to illustrate the trend in poverty rates for IDPs and the Colombian population. And what you can see, I'm going to focus on the graph on the left, which is for poverty, and this one is for extreme poverty. In 2005, what we found is that 90% of the population were poor. In 2008 and 2010, the figures were quite similar. Really, poverty rates for IDP remained stagnant while decreasing for the Colombian population. You cannot see the decrease well because of the scale of the graph, but it was falling for the rest of the Colombian population. By 2014, in spite of the increasing support from the national government, poverty rates for the IDP were 64%, which implied that IDPs had 1.7 times and 3.7 times more likely to be poor and extreme poor relative to the national averages. And although we cannot claim causality, there is some evidence that points in that direction. First, data from the survey that we collected in 2005 finds that before migrating, IDP enjoyed better living conditions and were less vulnerable than the average rural household. Remember that they were mostly rural. And in addition, as this graph illustrates, income and consumption dropped sharply right after displacement. And after a year, it had really not recovered from the migration shock very much. And this really persists for many, many years, in spite of the government support to mitigate the shock. The erosion of their asset base, which is, we broadly understand this asset base in the paper to encompass productive, physical, human, social, and psychological assets, may push households into poverty traps, which are difficult to overcome without the government support. I have always find this picture, that this picture is really a devastating testimony of the hastiness when fleeing violence and the huge asset loss it entails. So I just wanted to show it to you. What is the evidence on this multidimensional asset loss? Well, this evidence is ample, and it's from many, many sources, including administrative data on land losses. First, IDP suffer a substantial and permanent loss of physical and productive assets. 2/3 had access to land before migrating, and the majority, most, derived their livelihoods from agricultural activity. There was, as I say, a massive illegal land seizure in Colombia using administrative data from the Colombian government. We estimate in a paper with several colleagues that the total land lost by IDP was 7.3 million hectares. Is that large? Yes, it is very, very large. It's about 29% of the land suitable for agriculture in Colombia. Second, IDP in Colombia have not been able to compensate for the asset loss with labor income once in destination. This is because their capital, their human capital depreciates as well. And it depreciates first because they face a depreciation of their occupation-specific skills. Remember that most of them were agricultural workers and they don't have the skills to compete in urban labor market. But also they face the death of the main household breadwinner or the people in the productive years in the household. Remember that about 35% had to migrate because of homicide in the family. And many children drop out when they reach 12 years of age. When they arrive to that age, the likelihood or the risk of dropping out increases significantly. So as a result, what we find is that unemployment rates are larger than the urban population of similar characteristics. And this gap persists, even though it decreases, it persists through time. Another important thing is that there is a disruption of their social networks and social capital. Given the large multiple market failures that displaced face, in particular the lack of access to risk coping mechanisms such as formal financial markets, this loss increases their vulnerability to negative income shock. So what we have is that this multidimensional asset loss hinders the ability of IDP to cope with shocks, to recover from the shock, and to secure livelihoods. Therefore, it increases the risk of falling into poverty traps and into chronic poverty. I really don't want to dwell more on the consequences of forced displacement, which are manifold. I just want to stress one that I find particularly important, and it's really better policies to address this. Forced displacement takes a huge toll on mental health. The trauma caused by forced displacement and the victimization they endure before migrating results in psychological disorders such as chronic anxiety, severe depression, and post-traumatic disorders. A paper by Andres Moya, which was a pioneering paper, documents that the incident at risk symptoms of anxiety and depression is 3 and 4 times larger among IDP than the general Colombian population. And as this graph illustrates, it shows that 27% of victims are at risk of developing severe anxiety. So you can imagine recovering from the large economic shock caused by forced displacement while facing psychological disorder. This is, to say the least, a difficult challenge. Now, let me go to what has done Colombia, which I think is important for other countries. The Colombian state has developed a progressive legislation to assist the victims of forced migration. These policies were designed and implemented amid conflict, which is quite interesting because most countries wait until the conflict is over and then they start supporting and aiding victims and forced migrants. The policies have really evolved through a trial and error process with a strong involvement of the three state branches, and you will see in a minute why this is important: international organization, academic researchers, and most importantly, victims organization. The first piece of legislation to assist the IDP, which is really quite surprising, was enacted in 1953. It was a decree which main purpose was to promote the return of the IDP to their hometown and to provide credits for housing reconstruction. And as George mentioned in the welcoming address of this conference, politics, and I'm going to state that throughout the presentation, is an integral part of the policy discussion to address the needs of the displaced population. In this particular case, the policy enacted was a small piece on a larger military strategy to establish state control on conflict regions. So they needed the population to go back to their hometown. Once peace was negotiated and a new government arrived, the government implemented peacemaking programs for reconstruction of rural areas, land restitution, and the promotion of return to the IDP to the rural areas. Interestingly, the government dubbed the IDP as exiled population, as this newspaper shows. However, the first broad piece of legislation was really enacted in 1997. By this time, no other country had drafted legislation to address the needs of IDP, but very interestingly enough, the United Nations was discussing and it approved the guiding principles on internal displacement in 1998. So it was a discussion on parallel in which the discussion of the United Nations really had an influence on the law that was enacted in 1997. And in fact, they have a lot of common traits. In this law, which was very important, the state recognized the legal status of IDPs and defined a set of policies which aim to bring them back to the conditions they had before displacement. It also created the state registry for IDP, recognized the obligation of the state to compensate them through land restitution and indemnities, and acknowledged the need to design special policies for IDPs instead of providing preferential access to anti-poverty programs. However, the law was overly ambitious. You have to bear in mind that, that when the law was approved by the Congress in 1987, the stock of IDP was near 900,000 persons. However, in the years after, the conflict intensified and the flows of IDPs intensified as well, and it grew exponentially, reaching in 2002 the peak of yearly displacement, a stock of 3.5 million people, and only that year, 7,080,000 people displaced. So the state really didn't have the capacity to implement this law. It was very difficult. In spite of the good intentions of the law, and in spite of the problems with the design, politics also played a huge role in the implementation of the law. So the new government in 2002 did not agree with the tenets of the law and basically ignored most of its provision. The government concentrated its efforts on providing IDP preferential access to anti-poverty programs while neglecting all the specific programs that the law had put in place, designed for the displaced population. Also, it actively promoted the return to their hometown. However, only 10% wanted to return. The conflict was still intense and there was violence in most regions of the country. The Constitutional Court then weighed in. So that's why I mentioned the three branches of the government, weighed in by declaring the unconstitutional state of affairs and urged the national government and local government to protect the rights of the IDP population, forcing them to abide by the law 387. In addition, the court defined a strict schedule to monitor the progress of the IDP policies, in which it required the government to submit mandatory periodic reports. And something that was very interesting, it created an independent commission that had to apply each year a yearly representative household survey to the IDP for measuring the progress and the implementation of the law. This mandate of the Constitutional Court was very important, and it contributed significantly to strengthening the IDP policy and to improving their conditions. In 2011, the state passed the victims law, and here is the third state branch that participated in this process. This was led by Congress, not by the government, and the law was passed in 2011. Again, it was an unprecedented decision worldwide. Basically, it recognized IDP as victims of war, and that was very important. After the peace accord with FARC, the victims law became part of the transitional justice system of Colombia. The law built on existing legislation, on the previous legislation that we had, and solved some of the problems with the previous one. Two additional objectives that the law refined were the following. The first one is to define the different stages of IDP interventions from transition to cessation of the IDP legal status. Each stage covers policies designed specifically to address the needs of the IDP, but also a preferential inclusion in anti-poverty programs and social protection. And also, the second one is to specify the two mechanisms to compensate IDP for their loss: indemnities and land restitution. Arlen Guarin already presented his fascinating paper on the effects of indemnities, but basically what indemnities are is that are a one-time lump sum payment of up to maximum $10,000, which is a lot for Colombia, and is equivalent to 3.3 times the income of IDPs. The paper by Arlen shows that these indemnities have had a large positive impact on many economic and social dimensions. So the experience of Colombia leaves many consequential lessons, positive and negative, of course, to other countries that are facing large inflows of IDP, but refugees as well. I think it's important to report cases. I'm going to repeat some of them because I think it's important to have them in just one slide. So some of the achievement of the laws, and these are not the only ones, I must say, is first that the state legally recognized IDP as a group that was legally protected by the state and recognized as victim. This was very important for the Constitutional Court to weigh in. And as such, the state is thus obliged to compensate IDPs through land restitution and indemnities, which has a huge impact, apparently, on the lives of victims. The third important thing was the state registry for IDP. It was an important step, given that IDP in Colombia are dispersed throughout the territory and not in camp as in many other countries. This instrument was crucial to identify IDPs and to estimate their potential demand for aid. The fourth important lesson is the need to design special interventions for IDP and not only provide preferential access to existing government programs. And this is crucial to tackle the multidimensional asset loss that I discussed before. This has proven to be very difficult. It has not been an easy process. It's challenging, but the Colombian government has been gradually acquiring knowledge and experience and refining these policies. Lastly, the law allowed the government to build institutional architecture that tackles all these issues. However, there are some shortcomings that really are not negligible. The first one that I already mentioned is that it was overly ambitious. In the scope, it was ambitious in the scope of the law as well as on the many dimensions it seeks to tackle. This leads also to really high expectation, the potential for broken promises, and what is very important to a growing mistrust between IDPs and the government. The second is that the government took too long to define the criteria to seize the special protection of IDPs. And even now, the criteria, which is needs-based, is complex and difficult to accomplish. I will show it in the next slide. And this may hamper the fiscal sustainability of the law. And as Paula Gaviria mentioned, our policies disregard the prevention of further displacement episodes. It's mainly concentrated on what to do with displaced population in the receiving destinations. And displacement is today again on the rise. Last, and by no means least, politics play a really important role. As Clausewitz rightly said many decades ago, war is politics by other means. And so is peace and the assistance of victims. Providing aid and investing on the internally displaced population is a political decision which fuels a heated debate, and that has been the case in Colombia. And for us as researchers, this is important to bear in mind. Yes, of course, evidence-based policy is ideal, but evidence will not be enough when politics play such a large role. So we need to continue doing our job to show how important it is to address these problems, but politics is going to be there as well. But really, do not be discouraged because of that. In Colombia, research and the use of data has been central for illustrating the extent of the problem, the needs of the IDP, and the way forward. And interestingly and important, all kinds of institutions have collected data on IDP, and very good data and very rigorous data. It has been a collective effort by the civic society, state data, through the government and the Constitutional Court, and research institution. This has allowed us to make research and to do important and interesting research, but also for the government to plan and to design good policies. And I must say, as Colombian, and after looking back while writing this paper and preparing this presentation, that I feel proud of what we have accomplished as a society, even though we have really a long way to go, and I know we have a long way to go. So the indicators of the need-based criteria show significant achievements in many dimensions. So for example, in health, we have an achievement of 94%. On identification, we have an achievement of 98%. On income generation, we have an achievement of 50%, of 60%, sorry. We have a problem with some others, like education, psychological support, and family reunification, which is weird because it's very difficult for the government to really promote that. Also, up until August of 2021, 1.1 million victims have received indemnities equivalent to 0.8 of Colombia's GDP. This is large, sizable. And up until September of 2021, there were judicial sentences for the restitution of almost 500,000 hectares. What happens with policy effectiveness? There is a lot of evidence on effectiveness of IDP policy in Colombia. And this is a section of the paper that we really need to work on. But as I mentioned before, I'm going to split it in four different topics. The first one is the state registry, which, as I mentioned before, is one of the main achievements of the Colombian policy. It allows the government to identify the IDP and plan state aid. It's a demand-driven instrument because of what I had already mentioned. The IDP are dispersed throughout the territory. What we found in a survey that we did in 2005, when the policy was still weak, is that 70% had registered on the registry, and the ones that were left out were the more vulnerable ones because of lack of information about the registry and the benefits of registering in the registry. Also, we found a low take-up of aid. So then Mariana Blanco and Juan Fernando Vargas did an RCT sending SMS messages to the IDP population to increase take-up rates, and they were successful. It increased by 12 percentage points, and the victim units decided to use this strategy. So that's important. The second evidence is for specific policies to assist the IDP, and what the evidence shows is that it really has contributed to improve the lives of IDP. First, income generation programs, income has increased, and what the evidence has shown is that the most effective ones are the ones on labor training, much more than those transfers for entrepreneurs. And also we have seen very promising results for psychosocial interventions that has positive impacts on maternal health, early childhood development, and entrepreneurship. Anti-poverty programs, they have been important, but they are quite insufficient to address all the needs of the IDP. CCTs have had a positive impact on education, health, and nutrition. And what we have found is that using the existing infrastructure is useful, but not sufficient really to guarantee aid independency. The last one, which I believe is quite promising and which Alain already presented this morning, is the compensation policies, restitution and indemnities. What the paper by Ireland shows is that there is a large and potentially sustainable impact on economic and social outcomes, not only for this generation, but there is a large investment in education, which is very important. And beneficiaries are able to move from low-wage jobs to high-wage jobs. And a paper by Francesco Bogliacino shows that the beneficiaries of restitution are more trustworthy. So now, starting to conclude. The experience of 2 decades or 30 years of experience in Colombia provides consequential lessons. And I would say that the first consequential lessons is that we have been able to work together, government, victims organization, researchers, and the civil society. This doesn't mean that we have not discussed a lot and disagreed a lot in many times, but we have worked together to design a better policy and to do this trial and error process. The second important conclusion is that the transition from humanitarian aid to development policies is quite a bumpy road. The process is long. Policies need really to account for this multidimensional asset loss of IDP and incorporate all the complementarities between programs, such as, for example, labor training with psychosocial support. Second, and I want to stress that again, Colombia has been praised for being ambitious on its IDP policies, but however, being overly ambitious may set implausible targets sometimes and hampering thus the credibility of the spread and frustrating victims even more. And that's important to take into account. Third, and this is the last time I mentioned this, addressing the needs of victims is really a politically contentious issue, and the discussions on Colombia with regards to this topic has left really deep scars which will take years to heal. And now I really have a sobering conclusion that I think is important. In spite of all these progressive policies and the large research in Colombia, displacement is today on the rise. This year, it has increased by 200%, which is by no means good news. So ending conflict and ending violence is really the best policy option to prevent more displacement. Our role as academics, showing the deep scars of conflict and displacement is instrumental. We have found that for Colombia. However, other disciplines may help better transmit emotions and empathy towards the people that are suffering. So I finished thus with two pieces of art that have moved me since I started my life as researcher on displacement issue. The first one is this beautiful painting by Ana González Rojas. She is a Colombian painter who seeks through art to illustrate the suffering of conflict in our country. One of her collections is about dresses of IDP girls. This is one of the paintings of that collection. And I find it beautiful, moving, and shows the depth of their loss. The second one is a passage on the book by John Steinbeck, The Grapes of Wrath, about the northern-southern migration in the United States. And when I read this, I have been doing research on displacement for many years already. I thought it transmitted all the unmeasurable losses of migration. And in reading this passage, I end. How can we live without our lives? How will we know it is us without our past? How will it not be to know what's land outside the door? How if you wake up in the night and know the willow tree is not there? Can you live without the willow tree? Well, no, you can't. The willow tree is you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ana Maria, for your great presentation and also for this way to end. I think in a very emotional and moving way, right? I think this for many of us this is a topic close to our hearts, and as I mentioned at the beginning, it's nice to see this community gathering here, working hard to improve the lives of millions of IDPs and forcibly displaced populations worldwide. We have some time for some comments and questions by the audience. If you want to make some questions to Ana Maria, you can maybe raise your hand and we'll open the mic and the camera for you, so that way we have a much better interaction. We also have some audience on YouTube. I think if you post the questions on the channel, we'll get them and we'll relay them to Ana Maria. And maybe to start, Ana Maria, I have a couple of questions while some people have their questions. One question I'm gonna steal from Bjorn. He just asked it in the informal meeting, and also he asked it to Ted yesterday. And can you tell us a little bit about how your research has informed policy? I know that it has, and I think this is something that at least from the JDC, there's a lot of interest in how we can bridge together research and policy components. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about how we as academics can inform research and how to move this forward.
Thank you, Andres. Well, yes, this has been a very long process, but I do believe that the research that we have done in Colombia has informed the process, because we have worked with policymakers since the beginning. So when we started designing this research, even before starting the questionnaires of the surveys and even before starting the hypothesis, we had meetings with the policymakers, and we did not design the surveys and the research separately. It was not this academic research here and the policymakers here, but we did it together. And I think that was very important. It was very important because we addressed the questions of the policymakers, and policymakers have very interesting and important questions that need to be asked, and that can be academically important as well. So the first thing to do that, I do believe, is to have from the beginning a conversation with policymakers and try to have joint efforts to really do research that is policy relevant. An additional thing is to work with policymakers from the beginning, showing the preliminary results of the research and trying to really see and gosh how the preliminary results of the research have any sense, and to whether it will help them to make decisions. So throughout the research that we have done, we were engaged in all the stages of the process with the policymakers, but also, and very importantly, with victims organization and with other organizations and the international community. So I do believe that doing research without having this first contact makes it much more difficult to then convey the information and to convey the results to policymakers. And yes, I do believe that the research that we have done has been used by the Colombian government, by the Colombian Senate, and by the Colombian Constitutional Court, but not only ours, from many social researchers in social sciences, which I also believe is a very important thing to do, because when we started doing the research in economics of forced displacement, social researchers in Colombia have already done a lot of research on that topic. So it was very important, and we had very heated discussions with policymakers, with social researchers, with international organizations, with our research, and we disagreed, but that was important, I think.
I think that's a very good point that you make. We as economists often get late to many of these topics, and we should pay attention to all the work that has been done previously by other disciplines. And I think Domenico has a nice figure that he's going to show in the concluding session, showing this kind of a dimension and dynamics of research from different disciplines. There's a question from Ninette. Ninette, do you want to come and make your question with your camera on, or should I make it? I don't know if the IT can. Oh yeah. So okay, Ninette, I'll make it. So there's a question, Ana Maria, about how internal displacement has now extended over generations. So at what point does the status of IDP cease and the responsibilities of the state cease? When can we consider that actually they move beyond this IDP status?
Yes, this is a very important discussion that has been held mostly by legal researchers. So we economists have not participated much on this discussion. So you have many ways of deciding when the condition of displaced populations is. So a first thing that it's important is that a person is displaced all his life. I mean, the trauma and what happened is going to be with that person always. So the condition is always going to be there. A person is always going to be an internal displaced person. But what we need to discuss is when special state aid for displaced people is going to cease. The decision of the Colombian government that was embedded since the first legislation in 1997 was that it was going to cease when the displaced were able to achieve, and I'm quoting the law, a socioeconomic stabilization. And this was the decision. And what the law did is this criteria that I showed you at the end of the presentation. And when you need to have, it's at least at least five of these criteria, I think, 5 or 6, I don't remember quite well. Or to have a income 1.5 times above the poverty line. This is the decision, the political decision that Colombia did. Some other governments and some other legislation say that the condition ceases when they go back to their return to their hometown, or when the conditions that generated the displacement in the first place disappeared. But in the Colombian case is when we reach a socioeconomic stabilization.
Thank you, Ana Maria. Thomas again has a question. Can we unmute him?
Am I unmuted?
Oh yeah, you're good.
Awesome. Thank you, Andres and Ana Maria. Thank you so much. This was fascinating and fantastic, this presentation, all your work on this issue. My question is if you have any kind of lesson specifically to the international community. You framed this as, rightfully that refugees can be seen as this, cross-border kind of global public good almost, and IDPs then fall solely under the responsibility of the government. And so just and kind of also juxtaposed against your emphasis on domestic politics and how important those can be. So just wondering kind of your lessons and experience around international actors, specifically in the Colombian context, kind of how they've been there, what you think they kind of, where they helped and hurt, and also kind of lessons for other contexts and kind of where you see that more broadly. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Thomas. That's a very important question, I think. In the case of Colombia, the international organizations have been very important. Even though they cannot legally intervene or interfere in the decisions of the government, what the international organization did was to help and support the government throughout all this process that I described, through research, through bringing people that knew a lot about the topic, through discussions, and many things. But then what I think the international organization can do is really leave the governments to make their decision, because as I say, this is really a policy and political decision in which the government has to be completely convinced to be successful. But the international organizations can really help by fostering discussion, funding research, policy research, and that is very, it's central, but it has to do with policy, and I think that's important, by bringing people from other countries to share their experiences, and by funding programs. They have funded a lot of programs in Colombia. Those programs have been evaluated through impact evaluation and other types of evaluation. So all these trial and error process of programs in Colombia, the international organizations have been crucial for that. So by providing technical support and by helping governments to build capacity, they are very important. And I hope they continue to do so, because sometimes they are like the thread that connects each government. Because sometimes governments are very different on their priorities and what they think and what they need to do. So even though it's not the same as refugees, they do play a very important role. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention something. And also they support a lot of organizations, victims organizations, the international communities, and build their capacity as well.
You know, Maria and Thomas, I don't see some other questions, so I might join with an additional questions. After seeing all this experience that you have, and you've covered like many different topics that are not being studied at different settings. So what do you think are the gaps in our knowledge to contribute from research and also to inform policymaking in terms of finding these durable solutions to forced displacement?
That's a very difficult question, Andres, but I think there are several gaps that would be interesting to understand. The first one is return. We don't know, very few migrants, either refugees or displaced, want to return. But we need to understand who wants to return and how can we foster a sustainable return process. That is not easy. I mean, when people return to their place of origin, they arrive and they are almost like migrants arriving to a place that is very different from what they had before. The second is the one that we were discussing in the informal meeting a few minutes ago, last hour, and it's about education. So what do we need to do about education for older children and young adolescents? These are children that have faced a lot of traumatic events, and these are children that many times and oftentimes they have to drop out of school. So the transmission of the intergenerational transmission of the consequences for displacement might persist for these children. So we need to really understand which are the integral interventions that we need to do for these children. Not only provide them access to school, which has proven to be insufficient, but what else can we do for them to stay at school and to be individuals that are satisfied with their life and happy and see a good future. The third one that I think is very important and that we as economists have problems studying is the complementarities between the different types of programs, because we evaluate usually one program, which is easier to evaluate because it's just one program. But what we think it's important is to have for IDPs programs that address several dimensions. So that's why I like Arlene's paper very much, because this is one program that had an impact on a lot of dimensions. And we need to understand how the different programs for IDPs and for refugees complement each other. As I mentioned in the conclusion, how psychosocial support may complement labor training, and all those type of things. I do believe we need to understand a little bit more about that. And the political economy of forced displacement and an IDP policy.
Thank you. There's a question in the chat by Melissa. Melissa, do you want to come on? We can unmute you for you to make the question. Or you're saying, please feel free to ask. So Melissa's asking, so the restitution component of the victim's law is clearly pioneering, but it's taking a long time to implement and still has a long way to go. In what ways has the response implementation been inappropriately slow, in your opinion?
That's a very important question, and that's why I talk a lot about the law being overly ambitious. The restitution part, especially land restitution, has been very slow, and it has been very slow because we didn't have in place the institutions to do the restitution process. And the first one is the judges that knew about agricultural land rights law. So we had to put in place all that to start doing the judicial sentences to restitute the land. So it has been quite slow, and it has been quite slow because of that. But also because it has faced a lot of political opposition to that. So in that sense, I'm not sure, we still have to wait. It started quite slow, but it has been picking up lately, and I'm hopeful that it's going to increase in the following years, but you're right that it has been too slow. And I do believe it's because of institutional capacity, of the difficulty of doing it. In Colombia, we didn't have a good registry. Most of the land was informal, most of that land. So it has been a difficult process, and it's going to continue being so. If we are successful, it's going to be great because we are going to be, we will have put in place very good institutions for protecting land rights.
Thank you, Ana Maria. We're running up to the point. We need to switch to the final discussion. I don't see any other questions. I want to thank you for your presentation. I think it's very comprehensive, and as you mentioned, I truly hope that that it provides lessons for researchers and policymakers that are grappling with displacement in other settings. On a personal note, I want to thank again the JDC, and especially Bjorn and Tuan, who invited us to contribute and participate in this conferences, because at some point the experience of Colombia has been somewhat ignored or maybe under the table for many other people who have been studying this. And I think there's a lot of lessons that you actually helped craft, and that you have been inspiring other researchers, not only in economics, but also in other disciplines to study this. So thank you, Ana Maria, and thank you all, and we'll see you just in, well, right now for the closing remarks. So Bjorn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andres.
Thank you, Ana Maria, so much for that. Also from me. Great. We're ending on a high. We have another 30 minutes where we want to try to wrap up the 3 days. I think we can never do it justice, but we will do our best. And by we, there are 4 of us involved in this. First, Domenico is going to come in and show you some statistics that we haven't seen so far, and which I think we should all be aware of as we end this conference. After that, we will have a little conversation between 3 of us, sort of discussing what we all have heard from this conference. And then I will say a few final remarks. So I promise we won't spend more than 30 minutes, but please stay with us. And if you have questions during this session, post them. There won't be a Q&A, so just post them in the chat, and we'll try to address them as we during our conversation. Domenico, kick us off for this final session. We can't hear you. We see your slide, Domenico, but we
Yeah,
can't hear
can
you.
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, can you see my slide fine?
Yeah, we can see you in the middle of the slide. Beautiful.
Well, I have no idea how that happened, but I'm not gonna try and change it because I'm afraid I'm gonna make a disaster. So I'll leave it there. Hope you hope you don't find it disturbing. So as Bjorn said, I would just like to introduce a few numbers, which are gonna help us, I think, thinking more throughout the next 30 minutes when we hear our our closing conversation. These are numbers that refer to some of the items that have been discussed during both the policy panel that we had 2 days ago and also some of the issues that both Professor Miguel and Professor Ibanez mentioned through their talks. So the first one is something that Andres mentioned during his introduction to Professor Ibanez's talk, which is about the literature, about the fact that there was not too much going on in the literature until quite recently. I'm going to show you some figures that are taken from a paper that I wrote together with Filippo Dionigi, who is an assistant professor in political science at the University of Bristol. And this is a paper that we wrote together as a background paper for the book that Ninette Kelly authored, and we briefly mentioned again 2 days ago. Now, the first graph is shows a bit how the trend in academic publications. So these are published papers published in academic journals in four disciplines, and as you can see, there is a clear upward trend, and the number basically between the last decade and the previous one. I mean, in the last decade, it almost doubled, in more than double actually, in comparison to the previous one. So there is a clear trend of interest in anything related to forced displacement, and this is evident across all the fields we've covered. We've seen more fields in the paper, but for the moment I'm focusing on these four. Now, if you look at the very bottom of the last column, you can see economics, and I want to put a magnifying lens on that on economics, because not just because I'm an economist, but because I think the case of economics is staggering. I'm going to show you the graph related to economics only. Look what happened between 2000 to 2009 and 2010 to 2019. There is a literal explosion of papers in economics focusing on forced displacement, which we could not explain this in a causal way, but it's probably due to the fact that more and more data are now available to researchers for studying economics. And this trend continues because, as you can see, in the first 9 months of 2020, we were already able to identify almost as many papers in in a decade of between 2010 and 2000 and 2009. Where are these papers published? I mean, we spoke a bit about the divide between an institution based in the global north and in the global south, between institution based in high-income countries and in low-income countries. We were not able to identify this in the data, but what we could do as a proxy was identify the location of the journals where these papers are published. And clearly, this is a high-income country dominated type of market. For the last decade, we were actually able to also observe the location of the authors of the papers, which mimics the same graph we observe here for the location of the papers. So it's a high-income country dominated market. However, these papers focus mostly on non-high income countries, with a slight change in the last decade, which is possibly due to the effect due to the Syrian crisis and inflow of refugees into European countries, which has attracted a lot of attention both by the media and of course also academia has reacted to that. So this is just to give a sense, to attach some numbers to some of the topics that we've mentioned so far in terms of, is there really a growth in the literature? And is it true that the literature so far neglected forced displacement? Well, yes, the answer is yes to both questions. And can we observe this divide between high-income countries and low and middle-income countries in terms of location of the studies and in terms of country studied? And again, the answer is the numbers that we found together with Filippo fully confirm these assumptions. The last thing I would like to mention are some numbers that are coming directly from the survey that we proposed throughout this conference, the survey about the relation between research and policies. Now, I have to say, the graphs that I'm going to show you now are based on a relatively small sample, very small sample. So just don't take it as anything representative, but just to get a sense of our, also in terms of our audience, with respect to the relation between their work and their ability to influence policy. So we asked you whether your research have a policy focus, and 90%, more than 90% of those who answered the survey so far, and by the way, the survey is still open, so I encourage you to take it if you can. More than 90% gave a positive answer. Out of the 90%, however, only 40% of them has seen that the research has had a policy impact. Now, this is not a negligible number, but we could see more, right? So maybe the research hasn't had yet a policy impact. Maybe we'll see something in the future. But, we'd like to know more. If you can answer our survey, we'd like to know more because there is the possibility for you to tell us what this policy impact has been. So we are very happy to hear more from you. I leave it here. I give the floor back to Bjorn. I would just like to add one thing about the surveys. There is also a post-conference survey now open. I know we're asking you a lot of questions, but of course you are all invited to take both surveys at this stage. Thank you very much. Over to you, Bjorn.
All right. Thank you, Domenico. Great. So let me introduce Saja. Saja is Al-Zawbi. Not sure. I hope I pronounce it somewhat correctly. Is not only a distinguished academic, and she's actually in transition almost as we speak from University of Glasgow to University of St. Mary. Is it in Canada? She's also a refugee from Syria, and we have invited her to be part of the three of us have a conversation about what we have heard and some reflections from the 3 days. I'm going to start with a question to Andres, and I'm picking up on where Domenico just left off. And he showed some striking numbers of how the body of research has increased over the last few years, but he also some observations about the affiliations of the authors. In addition to what he showed, we know that I think over 40% of the lead authors to the shortlisted papers for this conference were from the Global South. What's equally striking, which is a great news, but what's striking is how few of them are actually based in institutions in the Global South. What can we do to have more Andres Moya?
Thank you, Bjorn. Flattered by the question. I think they're great news. I think there are more people based in the Global South. It's increasing that they're based in the Global South and starting to do top research. I can think about the region. I know the most Latin American. There are like many different institutions and people who are getting published in top journals that are being able to tap into networks in the US and Europe, getting funding. It's not enough yet, and I think we need to be much more inclusive. in terms of connecting with local researchers. And I think as academics also to enhance these local capacities. So I think about one way. Sometimes, and it's often that researchers from abroad come to different countries, get some knowledge about the dynamics, and that they run their own projects, right? But there's a value. There's a value of also adding local researchers to their teams. I think on the one hand, they can learn much more about the dynamics, about the phenomenon in the ground, about the policy and local constraints. On the other hand, this can have a lot of value in terms of these capacity buildings, having local researchers become part of these larger research teams, get exposed to new methodologies, get exposed to all these academic circles and policy circles abroad. I think that can have a lot of value for creating these new research and these new capacities. And I think, and also this can also have this inspirational effect. And other researchers, maybe younger scholars who are seeing how maybe more advanced researchers and their institutions are becoming connected to research abroad. I can just give a small anecdote. Back in early 2000s, Jim Robinson, who's now a professor in Chicago, he was at the time a professor at Berkeley. He's well recognized in political economy. He started doing research in Colombia and started spending time in Colombia, but also collaborating with Colombian researchers, especially younger researchers, invited them to participate in their papers. And I think this had a very inspirational effect for many of us. Started seeing the opportunities that we could have if we chose this path. So I think we can as researchers and established researchers, we can do maybe a bigger effort in trying to be much more inclusive. And I think this may also connect with what the JDC wants to do, right? And so maybe I'll give you also I'll get the question back to you in terms of, so on the other side, what could you do to make this research more inclusive?
Yeah, thank you, Andres. I don't have a lot to add to your really good answer. At the JDC, what we tried to do, what we introduced is a young scholars program, and I know that the World Bank's Africa department has a wider scholarship or scholar program. So we take on 2 or 3 here that we young scholars who come in and they help us with our respective activities and also in the running of the JDC. But I think your advice on sort of having research teams always partner up with local institutions to bring somebody from a local institution onto the team is a really good one. As far as we know, Saya, I guess we don't really know how many of the authors of these papers for this conference were actually IDPs or refugees. But do you believe that there's an intrinsic value of having people such as yourself as authoring research papers? And if so, how can we encourage more people with firsthand experience from forced displacement?
Okay. Oh, thank you, Mary, for this and Andreas for this invitation to be with you today. It's such a pleasure, and I'm happy to talk about displaced and refugee researchers and scholars in this conference. I'm sorry, I have
we can still hear you.
Technical issues. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So in terms of you asked me about the researchers, how they can author or contribute to such studies or papers. So for sure, these researchers have pure, rich, and clean data, which they can turn it into such informative and significant papers. So since they have this first-hand experience, and they know how to explain the experiences of such or to explain these texts in a proper and clear and honest way. So from my side, for example, one of my papers is still under publishing in Oxford Development Studies journal, and both referees have mentioned this paper, which is talking about, it's a gender analysis of Syrian refugees coping strategies in Lebanon, that they mentioned that it's considered a good source or reference in this field. So I can't tell you literally. So what they have mentioned, they said that authors have presented a paper that aimed to fill a gap in the current literature, as a gender dimension is often lacking in livelihood studies. The author's overall knowledge of the situation of Syrian refugees in Lebanon is evident. So here we talk about these people or these researchers, how they have the knowledge to tackle these issues and maybe explain it more than in a proper way, more than others. But still they have the challenges to contribute or to author this paper. So for example, to support them and how we can support them to contribute to international scientific environment, to author papers or contribute to research. It's really it's not easy work and it's not easy efforts. I believe that to achieve this, varied bodies should work and collaborate together, including governments and authorities, policymakers, in addition to universities and institutions, international organizations. So so first and foremost, we should secure these researchers, and we should host them in safe countries with saving their identities and their dignities. We should also give them the right to work and contribute and access to research and scientific environment, the right to access universities and such institutions, including funds and libraries. Particular support in terms of fund, here we should talk about, we should highlight the issue of funding research to conduct research or publish, and to improve providing them the ability to build their capacities, to improve their language skills if they wanted to publish in international languages, and to improve their academic writing approach, and to get adapted to the new host environment. So to be aware of the whole situation in this new environment, and very essential and fundamental issue here. So these civil scholars or these civil researchers should be given an exemption from the political sanctions and bans that which block this category and limit their contribution to research and publishing and work in academia in general. So so from this point, I want to talk about my personal experience. So I have already experienced many of these problems, as and I'm still suffering actually, because of the sanctions and bans against the Syrians population. So so since I'm a displaced scholar and I'm still having the Syrian passport or the Syrian nationality, that means I have very limited access to many or some suffers or some challenges to get involved in in other international institutions or to get into new countries. Also, there are some organizations, international organizations that's looking after scholars and research, refugee, displaced and at-risk scholars and researchers. I think these organizations, they do their best to help these scholars as well, but still we need more collaboration and more support to help and give a hand to this category that have their and get benefit of their knowledge. I'm sorry if my voice is not clear. I have the cold, so I hope this is a good answer for your question. Thank you.
Thank you. No, your voice is carrying. Don't worry about that at all. Thank you. It sort of, to me, it's a little bit of a reality check to also to hear you talk about the challenges for somebody like yourself to access the access literature, access institutions, and so thank you for sharing those words. And can I switch gears and Andres, to ask you? I know you've read the full batch of submissions, 154. Maybe you didn't read all 154. I know you had a system of between the three of you in the academic committee, but I know that you're intimately familiar with some 45 or so of the submissions. What stands out to you in terms of topical focus of research approaches or geographical coverage from this batch? Any reflections on the totality of what we've been looking at here?
Right. Yeah. Good. So we were lucky that we received so many good applications, and I think it just highlights how people are starting to work on this in more detail and with more emphasis. So I think one, we saw a lot of papers on refugees in general in terms of discrimination. There's a lot of papers here in terms of how to tackle prejudice and discrimination. I think we actually had a full session here. So there's a topic that carried on from the previous conference. We didn't get to see that much on impact and host, which was also a focus on the previous conference. But we also started seeing papers both on refugees and displaced persons on the effects of different programs, right? So cash transfers, housing vouchers, and I think this is important because it highlights also the emphasis in terms of how do we move beyond humanitarian assistance into trying to understand how these other policies can contribute towards durable solutions. So we still have a long way to go there. We still have a long way in terms of understanding actually how to promote recovery and resilience. But we start seeing people becoming more and more involved in terms of running impact evaluations in some of these settings. It's difficult, especially for IDPs. It's difficult because some of the conflicts are still active. But I just want to highlight that there's more research coming up in terms of the different impacts of some of these policies, and maybe that's the one that I would like to highlight. And the other one, I think we also had a session on this in terms of innovations in data collection, right? And so also very important for the mandate of the JDC in terms of different ways in which we can bundle together both administrative data, big data, satellite data, mobile phone data to try to better get a sense of the magnitude of displacement, the dynamics of displacement, and sometimes even the consequences of displacement. So I think this is a promising area and a very important area so that we can better address the needs of displaced persons.
Great. Thank you, Andres. I'm going to take a stab at sort of some of the things that we didn't see. And I'm not saying that that's a shortcoming, but more as what do we need to work on going forward? What do we want to see more of? And I want to start on the geography. Is what we did not see in this batch of shortlisted papers for sure was sub-Saharan Africa. We have discussed a few papers, but really not many. And if you put that in relation to how many forcibly displaced there are in sub-Saharan Africa, it's completely out of whack. And if you then look at how challenging or how vulnerable the people are on a scale, well, then it's even more. So I think the Democratic Republic of Congo is now the largest host of IDPs. We didn't have any papers on that. And the Sahel, Niger, Chad, Central African Republic, Kenya. These are difficult countries to study, so there are obvious reasons why it's more limited. But that's where the needs are the greatest. So the going beyond geography, people of concern, as UNHCR calls it. What we did not see very much at all is stateless people. What I'm really pleased that we did see much more than the first conference was, well, one IDPs, and that was our objective, and I think we fulfilled that objective. I'm surprised how many discussed returnees. So that's a very positive development, and I think it needs to continue. But we also need to start looking more closely at stateless people. In terms of topics, there's one on service delivery, and very closely related to inclusion. Parallel, I think there could be value to spend more time on inclusion matters. And then there's the topic of sexual violence, domestic sexual violence. Equally incredibly difficult to study, but we also know that is one of the biggest challenges for many parts of the people of concern. On the positive side, I didn't expect to see so much on mental health, but it has come up in many papers, and Ana Maria just spoke to it very strongly, and that's a great thing, and that makes this study group, if you want, stand out among all the among other people studied. My final point, final observation on this is ethics. Ethics around the research. I think there may be value to us coming together. I think we all share or you in the research community have the challenge of the political risks, and there may be value to coming together and talking about this together. So those are some observations from my end. I know, Sadia, you've been in transition between continents during this conference, so I'd be curious, but any reflections from your end, from what you've seen or you've been able to listen to, and what you've seen from the program?
Yes, yeah, actually, usually I believe that forcibly displaced life and livelihoods are determined by national and international policies, humanitarian support, and the civil communities. And these four main pillars are very important to improve the socioeconomics of refugee and displaced population. And there are many of these research here in this conference, but I think I missed there's lack of gender dimensions and women studies, especially that when we talk about IDPs and refugees. Many of these women became the head of and the breadwinner of their household. So and these women, the majority they came from maybe poor countries or developing countries, they don't have enough skills or to get adapted to to earn their livings in the new host communities or host countries. Even for those who are skilled and they have their abilities to work, and they have the skills, still they have suffers they suffer the some issues and gender norms and etc. So, but I really appreciate the varied research here. So this research which highlight the role of the displaced and refugees to grow the host economy, and in the studies, and to highlight this category as a valuable human capital when they get the right to contribute and access to work or to contribute to these host countries. Some studies highlight the humanities of refugees and as a respectable persons. They are not criminals. Also, there's research that differentiates between refugee and displaced traditions and their coping strategies in the host country, and this is very important issue. So life history is very important issue in refugee studies, and so also who talk about some talk about returnees and how we should focus first on their safety and security to end their crisis, refugee and displacement crisis. But here I just want to add that should be based on needs and sources assessments for both the home origin home and the host country. And in the end, I just wanted to highlight one issue that this is the research. We don't, the majority talk about the sociology and talk about the health, but there are a few talk about the economics and how they can contribute to, because we should tackle refugees and displaced people. We should tackle the issue of socioeconomic as one unit. When we support them economically, then we can support them. We can improve their life, and they can then get integrated, included, and then we can take about their contribution. I really appreciate that the studies that tackle the education and how to stop child labor among the refugees, and about cash transfer and micro enterprises. I have conducted studies. I conducted studies actually about that, and it's very important for conflict, in post-conflict and during conflict periods. And this is a briefly, but again, I just wanted to highlight gender dimensions and women empowerment, especially for domestic violence and gender violence space. Yeah, thank you.
And if I may add, Bjorn, sorry to loop in, maybe two other areas. One that we're running this conference online because of the pandemic. We weren't able to, unfortunately, to host the conference in Bogota. We would have liked to hosted you there. But it was also a little bit surprising that that we don't have any evidence about how refugees, IDPs are faring during the pandemic, right? They might be maybe one of the more vulnerable populations worldwide, maybe the more hardly struck by the pandemic, and yet we don't have that much information about them. So I think this is one pressing issue. And the other one, and maybe connected to what Saya was mentioning, is taking this comprehensive perspective about socioeconomic and also mental health dynamics And so we see evidence in terms of the impacts of different interventions and strategies. But how can we take a step back and think about actually those durable solutions, about promoting this recovery and promoting recovery long run? Of course, this requires maybe panel data. It's difficult, it's challenging. But I think this is one pressing need, right? In terms of how do we actually promote this recovery and resilience long run, so that we can improve the well-being, and we can also break these mechanisms that transmit poverty and inequality across time and also across generations. So education comes here, mental health comes here, early child development comes here. I think those are pressing issues. It was nice that TED yesterday mentioned in their project some of these opportunities to work in mental health, early child development, education. I think we need more of that.
Good. I think we're running out of time, so we're gonna have to wrap it up here. Thank you, Saya, for joining us, and Andres. So I want to close with 5 reflections very quickly, especially to our any younger researchers who are watching this. I think Ana Maria gave some advice. A few pointers. One, please keep those portraits and those images that we saw during the conference in mind as you do your research. It's about people, it's about individuals. Second is please keep in mind what you want to change, what you with your research, with your findings. Keep that and keep pushing to formulate policy advice, and make sure that you do whatever you can to get that policy advice into the right hands. 3, push for data openness, responsible open data. Make sure that we produce global public goods here. Keep that up, please, as much as you can. 4th, don't look for, as the expression is, don't look for the key under the spotlight. Don't only go where there exists a lot of good data to work with. Make that extra effort and create the data, or be innovative for those places, the most difficult places, which tend to be very data poor. Be innovative in the way that you use data and use new methods, which we have discussed over the past few days here. And 5th, stay connected. Stay connected with us in the Joint Data Center. And I think we have created a nice community amongst us. Never hesitate to get in touch with us here at the Joint Data Center, but also I think among the participants here. So those are my 5 little pieces of advice to close. In terms of next steps, we have to digest what we've heard. We have a colleague who will be doing a short report, a readout from the conference, which we will share when that's done. 2 is that we have indications from our parent institutions that they would like to see the Joint Data Center live beyond the mandate of its first mandate, which ends at the end of 2023. And if that's indeed the case, that there is a JDC 2.0, we will certainly want to organize another conference. Our experience with this, the 2-year interval, is that in the end it's quite good. So hopefully we're looking to organize another conference in January or so, 2024. And 3, just to say that we will continue to, from our end, to develop JDC's knowledge agenda, and with support we hope to step that up even further in the months and years ahead. So let me end with a few thanks, because this has really been a team effort. And since I have Andres in front of me, let me start with you and on the Universidad de los Andes. It's been a fantastic partnership. We've worked hard over the last year and a half, I think, to put this together. And it has involved some difficult decisions due to the pandemic. But I think we ended up in a very good place. So thank you so much. Tuan Do, I don't know if you're with us, but if you are, you're the bank, you're sort of representing the World Bank in this case, and your own research department, and continues to be a great collaboration. And we're looking forward to doing more of that as you work on the World Development Report. And third, the third participant in the research in the scientific committee, Domenico Tavasso, really a special thanks to you for leading so much of this work, leading it in your gentle way, but yet clear. Fantastic work. I have other colleagues here at the JDC that I want to name. There's Cordelia Chestnut, who has been, maybe you can put your camera on if we can do that, who's been pulled in and worked hard on this for the last two months. Agnes, who's been behind much of the logistics and the IT behind, working together with our IT specialists, Sandra Hassan and Nelly Pomi and Yuri Fedorov, who are all with the World Bank, sitting in the Paris office. Marie Schlund, who is a program assistant at the JDC, closely involved all along, and let me end with Charlotte Pashon, who together with Domenico has been instrumental in putting this together. And you've had your finger in every pie involved in this research conference. Fantastic job. And I have other colleagues in the JDC that I won't mention by name, but you know who you are, and it's been a great team effort. Want to thank all the speakers, the presenters, the chairs of the various panels, the panelists. So you can you hear there's a lot of people involved, and it's been a fantastic teamwork. And to make it, and there are 5 bodies that have made this possible by providing funding. It's the government of Denmark, the US government through the State Department, the European Commission, IKEA Foundation, and the Hilton Foundation. We're really grateful for their continued support, relentless. With that, I think it's my job to formally close this conference and say au revoir, and I hope to be in touch much before the next conference. Stay engaged. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.